Where the Bee Sucks by William Shakespeare. From the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2. Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox.org. Where the bee sucks, there suck I. In a cowslip's bell I lie. There I couch when owls do cry. On the bat's back I do fly, after summer merrily. Merrily, merrily shall I live now, under the blossom that hangs on the bough. From The Tempest. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Cardinal Wolsey's Speech to Cromwell by William Shakespeare. From the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2. Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Cromwell, I did not think to shed a tear in all my miseries, but thou hast forced me, out of thy honest truth, to play the woman. Let's dry our eyes, and thus far hear me, Cromwell. And when I am forgotten, as I shall be, and sleep in dull, cold marble where no mention of me must be heard of, say I taught thee. Say, Wolsey, that once trod the ways of glory, and sounded all the depths and shoals of honour, found thee a way out of his wreck to rise in, a sure and safe one, though thy master missed it. Mark but my fall, and that ruined me. Cromwell, I charge thee, fling away ambition. By that sin fell the angels. How can man then, the image of his Maker, hope to win by it? Love thyself last. Cherish those hearts that hate thee. Corruption wins not more than honesty. Still in thy right hand carry gentle peace, to silence envious tongues. Be just, and fear not. Let all the ends thou aimest at be thy country's, thy gods and truths. Then if thou failest, O Cromwell, thou failest a blessed martyr. Serve the king, and prithee lead me in. There take an inventory of all I have, to the last penny. 'Tis the king's. My robe and my integrity to heaven is all I dare now call my own. O Cromwell, Cromwell, had I but served my God with half the zeal I served my king, he would not in mine age have left me naked to mine enemies. From Henry VIII. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Perfection by William Shakespeare. From the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2. Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox by Julian Pratley. To gild refined gold, to paint the lily, to throw a perfume on the violet, to smooth the ice, or add another hue unto the rainbow, or with taper light to seek the beauteous eye of heaven to garnish, is wasteful and ridiculous excess. From King John. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Peddler's Pack by William Shakespeare. From the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2. Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox.org by Phil Schempf. Enter Autolycus, singing. Lawn is white as driven snow, cypress black as e'er was crow, gloves as sweet as damask roses, masks for faces and for noses, bugle bracelet, necklace amber, perfume for a lady's chamber, golden coifs and stomachers for my lads to give their dears, pins and poking sticks of steel, what maids lack from head to heel. Come buy of me, come buy, buy, lads, or else your lasses cry, come buy. From Winter's Tale. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Fairies' Lullaby by William Shakespeare. From the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox.org. Recording by John Rushton. Enter Titania with her train. Titania. Come, now a roundel and a fairy song, then, for the third part of a minute hence, some to kill cankers in the musk rosebuds, some war with rear mice for their leathern wings, to make my small elves coats, and some keep back the clamorous owl that nightly hoots and wonders at our quaint spirits. Sing me now asleep, then to your office and let me rest. First Fairy. You spotted snakes with double tongue, thorny hedgehogs be not seen, newts and blindworms do no wrong, come not near our fairy queen. Philemon, with melody, sing in our sweet lullaby, lulla, lulla, lullaby, lulla, lulla, lullaby. Never harm, nor spell nor charm, come our lovely lady nigh, so good night with lullaby. Weaving spiders, come not here, hence you long-legged spinners, hence, beetles black, approach not near, worm nor snail do no offence. Philemon, with melody, sing in our sweet lullaby, lulla, lulla, lullaby, lulla, lulla, lullaby. Never harm, nor spell nor charm, come our lovely lady nigh, so good night with lullaby. Second Fairy. Hence, away, now all is well, one aloof stands sentinel. From A Midsummer's Night's Dream. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Come Unto These Yellow Sands by William Shakespeare. From the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox.org. Recording by John Rushton. Come unto these yellow sands, and then take hands, curtsied when you have, and kissed the wild waves whist, footed fleetly here and there, and sweet sprites the burthen bear. Hark, hark! Bow wow! The watchdogs bark. Bow wow! Hark, hark! I hear the strain of a strutting, chanting clear, cry cock-a-doodle-dow. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Opportunity by William Shakespeare. From the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox.org. There is a tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. Permitted, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries. On such a full sea are we now afloat, and we must take the current when it serves, or lose our ventures. From Julius Caesar. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kalpana.
Hotspur's Description of a Fop by William Shakespeare. From the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox.org by Phil Schempf. But I remember when the fight was done, when I was dry with rage and extreme toil, breathless and faint, leaning upon my sword, came there a certain lord, neat, trimly dressed, fresh as a bridegroom, and his chin, new reaped, showed like a stubble land at harvest home. He was perfumed like a milliner, and twixt his finger and his thumb he held a pouncet box, which ever and anon he gave his nose, and took to weigh again. Who therewith angry, when it next came there, took it in snuff, and still he smiled and talked. And as the soldiers bore dead bodies by, he called them untaught knaves, unmannerly, to bring a slovenly, unhandsome course betwixt the wind and his nobility. With many holiday and lady terms he questioned me. Amongst the rest demanded my prisoners in your majesty's behalf. I then, all smarting with my wounds being cold, to be so pestered with a popinjay, out of my grief and my impatience, answered neglectingly, I know not what. He should or he should not, for he made me mad to see him shine so brisk and smell so sweet, and talk so like a waiting gentlewoman, of guns and drums and wounds, God save the mark, and telling me the sovereign'st thing on earth was btomasetti for an inward bruise, and that it was a great pity, so it was, this villainous saltpetre should be digged out of the bowels of the harmless earth, which many a good tall fellow had destroyed so cowardly, and but for these vile guns he would himself have been a soldier. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Buttercup by Jean Ingelow from the Junior Classics Volume 10 Part 2. Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox.org. And oh, the buttercups, that field of the cloth of gold, where pennants wound, where France set up his lilied shield, his oriflamme, and Henry's lion standard rolled. What was it to their matchless sheen, their million drops of gold among the green? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kalpana.
Knowledge by William Cowper from the Junior Classics Volume 10 Part 2. Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox by Julian Pratley. Knowledge and wisdom, far from being one, have ofttimes no connection. Knowledge dwells in heads replete with thoughts of other men, wisdom in minds attentive to their own. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To the Lord General Cromwell by John Milton, from the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox. Recording by Larry Wilson. Cromwell, our chief of men, who through a cloud not of war only, but detractions rude, guided by faith and matchless fortitude, to peace and truth thy glorious way hast ploughed, and on the neck of crowned fortune proud hast reared God's trophies, and his work pursued, while Darwin stream with blood of Scots embrued, and Dunbar field resounds thy praises loud, and Worcester's laureate wreath, yet much remains to conquer still. Peace hath her victories, no less renowned than war. New foes arise, threatening to bind our souls with secular chains. Help us to save free conscience from the paw of hireling wolves, whose gospel is in their maw. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Rainbow by William Wordsworth from the Junior Classics Volume 10 Part 2. Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox by Julian Pratley. My heart leaps up when I behold a rainbow in the sky. So was it when my life began, so is it now I am a man. So be it when I shall grow old, or let me die. The child is father of the man, and I could wish my days to be bound each to each by natural piety. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
On His Blindness by John Milton, from the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox.org by Phil Schempf. When I consider how my light is spent, ere half my days, in this dark world and wide, and that one talent which is death to hide, lodged with me useless, though my soul more bent to serve therewith my Maker, and present my true account, lest he returning chide, doth God exacted day labour light denied, I fondly ask? But patience, to prevent that murmur, soon replies, God doth not need either man's work or his own gifts. Who best bear his mild yoke, they serve him best. His state is kingly, thousands at his bidding speed, and post o'er land and ocean without rest. They also serve who only stand and wait. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Farewell by Charles Kingsley, from the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox. Recording by Larry Wilson. My fairest child, I have no song to give you. No lark could pipe to skies so dull and gray. Yet ere we part, one lesson I can leave you for every day. Be good, sweet maid, and let who will be clever. Do noble things, not dream them all day long, and so make life, death, and that vast forever one grand, sweet song. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
To Milton by William Wordsworth, from the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox.org by Phil Schempf. Milton, thou shouldst be living at this hour. England hath need of thee. She is a fen of stagnant waters, altar, sword, and pen. Fireside, the heroic wealth of hall and bower, have forfeited their ancient English dower of inward happiness. We are selfish men. Oh, raise us up, return to us again, and give us manners, virtue, freedom, power. Thy soul was like a star, and dwelt apart. Thou hadst a voice whose sound was like the sea, pure as the naked heavens, majestic, free. So didst thou travel on life's common way, in cheerful godliness, and yet thy heart the lowliest duties on herself did lay. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Perseverance by Edward Fitzgerald, from the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox.org. Fancy thou not, though weary, as if won, the journey's end were only just begun. For not a mountain peak with toil attained, but shows a top yet higher to be gained. Wherefore still forward, forward. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Retribution by Henry W. Longfellow, from the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox.org. Though the mills of God grind slowly, yet they grind exceeding small. Though with patience he stands waiting, with exactness grinds he all. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Gettysburg Address by Abraham Lincoln, from the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. President Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, which Dr. Eliot specially mentions in his introduction, while not a poem in form, embodies the loftiest conception of what true patriotism really is. For that reason, this world classic is here inserted at the head of patriotic poems. 7 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation, or any nation so conceived and so dedicated, can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives, that that nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this. But in a larger sense we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men living and dead who struggled here have consecrated it, far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for us the living, rather, to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion, that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. America by S. F. Smith, from the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox. Recording by Larry Wilson. My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, and from every mountain side let freedom ring. My native country, thee, land of the noble free, thy name I love thy rocks and rills, thy woods and templed hills, my heart with rapture thrills like that above. Let music swell the breeze, and ring from all the trees sweet freedom's song. Let mortal tongues awake, let all that breathe partake, let rocks their silence break, the sound prolong. Our fathers' God, to thee, author of liberty, to thee we sing. Long may our land be bright with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might, great God our King. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Star-Spangled Banner by Francis Scott Key, from the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming? The rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? On the shore dimly seen through the mists of the deep, where the foe's haughty host in dread silence reposes, what is that which the breeze o'er the towering steep, as it fitfully blows, now conceals, now discloses? Now it catches the gleam of the morning's first beam, in full glory reflected, now shines on the stream. 'Tis the Star-Spangled Banner. Oh, long may it wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. And where is that band who so vauntingly swore that the havoc of war and the battle's confusion, a home and a country, should leave us no more? Their blood has washed out their foul footsteps' pollution. No refuge could save the hireling and slave from the terror of flight or the gloom of the grave. And the Star-Spangled Banner in triumph doth wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Oh, thus be it ever when free men shall stand between their loved homes and the war's desolation. Blessed with victory and peace, may the heaven-rescued land praise the power that hath made and preserved us a nation. Then conquer we must, for our cause it is just, and this be our motto, in God is our trust. And the Star-Spangled Banner in triumph shall wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Dixie by Daniel Decatur Emmett, from the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox.org, recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare, in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. I wish I was in de land of cotton, old times dar am not forgotten. Look away, look away, look away, in Dixieland, where I was born in, early on a frosty morning. Look away, look away, look away. Den I wish I was in Dixie. Hooray, hooray. In Dixieland I'll take my stand, to live and die in Dixie. Away, away, away down south in Dixie. Old Mrs. Mary, Wildy Weber. William was a gay desaber. Look away, look away, look away. But when he put his arm around her, he smiled as fierce as a 40-pounder. Look away, look away, look away. His face was as sharp as a butcher's cleaver, but that did not seem to grieve her. Look away, look away, look away. Old Mrs. act the foolish part, and died for a man that broke her heart. Look away, look away, look away. Now here's a health to the next old Mrs. and all the gals that want to kiss us. Look away, look away, look away. But if you want to drive away sorrow, come and hear this song tomorrow. Look away, look away, look away. There's buckwheat cakes and Injun butter, makes you fat or a little fatter. Look away, look away, look away. Then hoe it down and scratch your gravel. To Dixie's land I'm bound to travel. Look away, look away, look away. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Rule Britannia by James Thomson, from the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox. Recording by John Rushton. When Britain first, at heaven's command, arose from out the azure main, this was the charter of the land, and guardian angels sing the strain. Rule Britannia, Britannia rules the waves, Britons never will be slaves. The nations not so blessed as thee must in their turn to tyrants fall, whilst thou shalt flourish, great and free, the dread and envy of them all. Rule Britannia, Britannia rules the waves, Britons never will be slaves. Still more majestic thou shalt rise, more dreadful from each foreign stroke, as the loud blasts that tear thy skies serve but to root thy native oak. Rule Britannia, Britannia rules the waves, Britons never will be slaves. The haughty tyrants ne'er shall tame all their attempts to hurl thee down, will but arouse thy generous flame, and work their woe but thy renown. Rule Britannia, Britannia rules the waves, Britons never will be slaves. To thee belongs the rural reign, thy cities shall with commerce shine, all thine shall be the subject main, and every shore encircle thine. Rule Britannia, Britannia rules the waves, Britons never will be slaves. The Muses still with freedom found shall to thy happy coast repair, blessed isle with matchless beauty crowned, and manly hearts to guard the fair. Rule Britannia, Britannia rules the waves, Britons never will be slaves. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Watch on the Rhine by Max Scheckenberger, from the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox.org. A voice resounds like thunder peal, mid-dashing wave and clang of steel. The Rhine, the German Rhine, who guards today my stream divine. Dear fatherland, no danger thine, dear fatherland, no danger thine. Firm stand thy sons to watch the Rhine. Firm stands thy sons to watch the Rhine. They stand 100,000 strong, quick to avenge their country's wrong. With filial love their bosoms swell, they'll guard the sacred landmark well. Dear fatherland, no danger thine, dear fatherland, no danger thine. Firm stand thy sons to watch the Rhine. Firm stands thy sons to watch the Rhine. While flows one drop of German blood or sword remains to guard thy flood, while rifle rests in patriot's hand, no foe shall tread thy sacred strand. Dear fatherland, no danger thine, dear fatherland, no danger thine. Firm stand thy sons to watch the Rhine. Firm stand thy sons to watch the Rhine. Our oath resounds, the river flows, in golden light our banner glows. Our hearts will guard thy stream divine, the Rhine, the Rhine, the German Rhine. Dear fatherland, no danger thine, dear fatherland, no danger thine. Firm stand thy sons to watch the Rhine. Firm stand thy sons to watch the Rhine. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Marseillaise Hymn by Roger de Lise. From the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2. Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox.org. Ye sons of freedom, wake to glory. Hark, hark, what myriads bid you rise. Your children, wives, and grandsires hoary. Behold their tears, and hear their cries. Shall hateful tyrants, mischiefs breeding, with hireling hosts, a ruffian band, affright and desolate the land, while peace and liberty lie bleeding? To arms, ye brave! The avenging sword unsheath. March on, all hearts resolved on victory or death. Now the dangerous storm is rolling, which treacherous kings confederate raise. The dogs of war let loose are howling, and lo our fields and cities blaze. And shall we basely view the ruin, while lawless force with guilty stride spreads desolation far and wide, with crimes and blood his hands imbuing? To arms, ye brave! The avenging sword unsheath. March on, all hearts resolved on victory or death. O liberty! Can man resign thee, once having felt thy generous flame? Can dungeon's bolts or bars confine thee, or whips thy noble spirit tame? Too long the world has wept, bewailing that falsehood's dagger tyrants wield. But freedom is our sword and shield, and all their arts are unveiling. To arms, ye brave! The avenging sword unsheath. March on, all hearts resolved on victory or death. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Swedish National Air from the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2. Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox.org. Though ancient, though healthful, though mountainous north, where joy with peaceful beauty dallies, I hail thee, fairest land on earth, thy sun, thy sky, and green valleys. Thy sun, thy sky, and green valleys. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
National Hymn of Norway. From the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2. Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox.org. Love we well our storm-beaten land, looking forth with vision clear. Yes, we love our native land, and thousand homes so dear. Cherish we the home of parents, land of Norsemen bold, with the stories to us given, from the sagas old, with the weird and wondrous stories like lingering dreams of old. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Italian National Hymn from the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox.org. All forward, all forward, all forward to battle, the trumpets are crying. All forward, our old flag is flying. When liberty calls us, we linger no longer. Rebels come on, though 1,000 to 1. Liberty, liberty, deathless and glorious, under thy banner thy sons are victorious. Free souls are valiant, and strong arms are stronger. God shall go with us, and battle be won. Hurrah for the banner, hurrah for the banner, hurrah for our banner, the flag of the free. All forward, all forward, all forward for freedom, in terrible splendor. She comes to the loyal who die to defend her. Her stars and stripes o'er the wild wave of battle shall float in the heavens to welcome us on. All forward to glory, through life blood is pouring, where bright swords are flashing and cannons are roaring. Welcome to death in the bullet's quick rattle. Fighting or falling shall freedom be won. Hurrah for the banner, hurrah for the banner, hurrah for our banner, the flag of the free. All forward, all forward, all forward to conquer, where free hearts are beating, death to the coward who dreams of retreating. Liberty calls us from mountain and valley. Waving her banner, she leads to the fight. Forward, all forward, the trumpets are crying. The drum beats to arms, our old flag is flying. Stout hearts and strong hands around it shall rally. Forward to battle for God and the right. Hurrah for the banner, hurrah for the banner, hurrah for our banner, the flag of the free. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Danish National Hymn from the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox.org. King Christian stood by lofty mast, in mist and smoke. His sword was hammering so fast, through Gothic helm and brain it passed. Then sank each hostile hulk and mast, in mist and smoke. Fly, shouted they, fly he who can, who braves of Denmark's Christian, who braves of Denmark's Christian the stroke. Niall's jewel gave heed to the tempest's roar. Now is the hour. He hoisted his blood-red flag once more, and smote upon the foe full sore, and shouted loud thro' the tempest's roar. Now is the hour. Fly, shouted they, for shelter fly. Of Denmark's jewel who can defy? Of Denmark's jewel who can defy the power? Nor see a glimpse of vessel rent thy murky sky. Then champions to thine arms were sent. Terror and death glared where he went. From the waves was heard a wail that rent thy murky sky. From Denmark thunders Tordenskjold. Let each to heaven command his soul. Let each to heaven command his soul and fly. Path of the Dane to fame and might, dark rolling wave, receive thy friend, who scorning flight, goes to meet danger with despite. proudly as thou the tempest might, dark rolling wave, mid mingled pleasures and alarms, and war and victory be thine arms, mid war and victory be thine arms my grave. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Spanish National Hymn from the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox.org. Spread the tidings afar to the nations, let them learn from the freedom of Spain. For the laws are the people's salvation, and our king as their servant shall reign. For their country, true Spaniards will dare to perish for liberty's cause. To the Tories' destruction we swear it, live forever the king and the laws. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Austrian National Song from the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox.org. God uphold thee, mighty Emperor, monarch of our eastern land. Power and wisdom attend thee, righteousness with thee shall stand, till the laurel crowned of victor, all hearts bow at thy command. God uphold thee and defend thee, Emperor of our Austrian land. Happy flowery land, his scepter rules o'er valley, mount, and plain. Mildly, calmly, justly ruleth, he the people's love would gain. Yet his weaponed might in splendor beams through all the land amain. God uphold thee, warrior father, monarch of our Austrian land. He delights the poor to cherish, he awakes the minstrel's lay. He would not that any perish. All admire the gentle sway. Heaven reward him, God defend him. Thus we sing, and thus we pray. Kaiser, Emperor, Monarch, Father, all thy peaceful rule obey. He from bondage will deliver, he would make us truly free. In the German heart shall ever he the brightest memory be, till in other worlds a welcome greets in blessed eternity. God defend thee, God attend thee, Emperor Franz, all hail to thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Hand of Lincoln by Edmund C. Stedman from the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox.org. Look on this cast and know the hand that bore a nation in its hold. From this mute witness understand what Lincoln was, how large of mold. The man who sped the woodman's team, and deepest sunk the plowman's share, and pushed the laden raft astream of fate before him unaware. This was the hand that knew to swing the axe, since thus would freedom train her son, and made the forest ring, and drove the wedge, and toiled amain. Firm hand that loftier office took, a conscious leader's will obeyed, and when men sought his word and look, with steadfast might the gathering swayed. No courtiers toying with a sword, nor minstrels laid across a lute, a chief's uplifted to the Lord, when all the things of earth were mute. The hand of Anak, sinewed strong, the fingers that on greatness clutch, yet lo, the marks their lines along, of one who strove and suffered much. For here in knotted cord and vein, I trace the varying chart of years. I know the troubled heart, the strain, the weight of Atlas, and the tears. Again I see the patient brow, that palm erewhile was wont to press, and now 'tis furrowed deep, and now made smooth with hope and tenderness. For something of a formless grace, this moulded outline plays about, a pitying flame beyond our trace, breathes like a spirit in and out. The love that cast an aureole round one who, longer to endure, called mirth to ease his ceaseless dole, yet kept his nobler purpose sure. Lo, as I gaze, the statured man, built up from yon large hand, peers, a type that nature wills to plan, but once in all a people's years. What better than this voiceless cast, to tell of such a one as he, since through its living semblance passed, the thought that bade a race be free. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Battle Hymn of the Republic by Julia Ward Howe, from the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. I have seen him in the watchfires of 100 circling camps. They have builded him an altar in the evening dews and damps. I can read his righteous sentence by the dim and flaring lamps. His day is marching on. I have read a fiery gospel writ in burnished rows of steel. As ye deal with my contemners, so with you my grace shall deal. Let the hero born of woman crush the serpent with his heel, since God is marching on. He has sounded forth the trumpet that shall never call retreat. He is sifting out the hearts of men before his judgment seat. O be swift, my soul, to answer him. Be jubilant, my feet. Our God is marching on. In the beauty of the lilies Christ was born across the sea, with a glory in his bosom that transfigures you and me. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free, while God is marching on. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Flag Goes By Henry H. Bennett. From the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2. Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox.org. Hats off! Along the street there comes a blare of bugles, a ruffle of drums, a flash of color beneath the sky. Hats off! The flag is passing by. Blue and crimson and white it shines over the steel-tipped, ordered lines. Hats off! The colors before us fly, but more than the flag is passing by. Sea fights and land fights, grim and great, fought to make and to save the state. Weary marches and sinking ships, cheers of victory on dying lips. Days of plenty and years of peace, march of a strong land's swift increase. Equal justice, right and law, stately honor and reverend awe. Sign of a nation great and strong, toward her people from foreign wrong. Pride and glory and honor all, live in the colors to stand or fall. Hats off! Along the street there comes a blare of bugles, a ruffle of drums, and loyal hearts are beating high. Hats off! The flag is passing by. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Fatherland by Sir Walter Scott. From the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox.org. Breathes there the man with soul so dead, who never to himself hath said, "This is my own, my native land," whose heart hath ne'er within him burned, as home his footsteps he hath turned, from wandering on a foreign strand. If such there breathe, go mark him well, for him no minstrel raptures swell. High though his titles, proud his name, boundless his wealth, as wish can claim, despite those titles, power and pelf, the wretch concentrated all in self, living shall forfeit fair renown, and doubly dying shall go down to the vile dust from whence he sprung, unswept, unhonored, and unsung. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Warren's Address to the American Soldiers by John Pierpont. From the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox.org. Stand! The ground's your own, my braves. Will ye give it up to slaves? Will ye look for greener graves? Hope ye mercy still? What's the mercy despots feel? Hear it in that battle peal. Read it on yon bristling steel. Ask it, ye who will. Fear ye foes who kill for hire? Will ye to your homes retire? Look behind you, there a fire, and before you, see. Who have done it from the vale? On they come, and will ye quail? Leaden rain and iron hail, let their welcome be. In the God of battles trust, die we may, and die we must. But oh, where can dust to dust be consigned so well, as where heaven its dews shall shed on the martyred patriot's bed, and the rocks shall raise their head of his deeds to tell? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Old Flag by H.C. Bunner. From the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox.org. Off with your hat as the flag goes by, and let the heart have its say. You're man enough for a tear in your eye that you will not wipe away. You're man enough for a thrill that goes to your very fingertips. The lump just then in your throat that rose spoke more than your parted lips. Lift up the boy on your shoulder high, and show him the faded shred. Those stripes would be red as the sunset sky, if death could have dyed them red. The man that bore it with death has lain this 20 years and more. He died that the work should not be in vain of the men who bore it before. The man that bears it is bent and old, and ragged his beer and gray. But look at his eye fire young and bold, at the tune that he hears them play. The old tune thunders through all the air, and strikes right into the heart. If ever it calls for you, boy, be there, and ready to start. Off with your hat as the flag goes by, uncover the youngster's head. Teach him to hold it holy and high, for the sake of its sacred dead. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Barbara Fretchie by John G. Whittier from the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2. Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox.org. Up from the meadows rich with corn, clear in the cool September morn, the clustered spires of Frederick stand, green-walled by the hills of Maryland. Round about them orchards sweep, apple and peach tree fruited deep, fair as a garden of the Lord, to the eyes of the famished rebel horde. On that pleasant morn of the early fall, when Lee marched over the mountain wall. Over the mountains winding down, horse and foot into Frederick town. 40 flags with their silver stars, 40 flags with their crimson bars, flapped in the morning wind. The sun of noon looked down and saw not one. Up rose old Barbara Fritchie then, bowed with her 80 and 10. Bravest of all in Frederick town, she took up the flag the men hauled down. In her attic window the staff she set, to show that one heart was loyal yet. Up the street came the rebel tread, Stonewall Jackson riding ahead. Under his slouch hat left and right, he glanced, the old flag met his sight. Halt! The dust-brown ranks stood fast. Fire! Out blazed the rifle blast. It shivered the window, pane and sash. It rent the banner with seam and gash. Quick as it fell from the broken staff, Dame Barbara snatched the silken scarf. She leaned far out on the window sill, and took it forth with a royal will. Shoot, if you must, this old grey head, but spare your country's flag, she said. A shade of sadness, a blush of shame, over the face of the leader came. The nobler nature within him stirred to life at that woman's deed and word. Who touches a hair of yon grey head dies like a dog. March on, he said. All day long through Frederick Street sounded the tread of marching feet. All day long that free flag tossed over the heads of the rebel host. Ever its torn folds rose and fell on the loyal winds that loved it well, and through the hill gaps sunset light shone over it with a warm good night. Barbara Fritchie's work is o'er, and the rebel rides on his raids no more. Honor to her, and let a tear fall for her sake on Stonewall's spire. Over Barbara Fritchie's grave, flag of freedom and union wave. Peace and order and beauty draw round thy symbol of light and law. And ever the stars above look down on thy stars below in Frederick town. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Sheridan's Ride by Thomas B. read. From the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox.org. Up from the south at break of day, bringing to Winchester fresh dismay, the affrighted air with a shudder bore, like a herald in haste to the chieftain's door, the terrible grumble and rumble and roar, telling the battle was on once more, and Sheridan 20 miles away. And wider still those billows of war thundered along the horizon's bar, and louder yet into Winchester rolled the roar of that Red Sea uncontrolled, making the blood of the listener cold, as he thought of the stake in that fiery fray, and Sheridan 20 miles away. But there is a road from Winchester town, a good broad highway leading down, and there, through the flush of the morning light, a steed as black as the steeds of night was seen to pass as with eagle flight, as if he knew the terrible need. He stretched away with his utmost speed. Hills rose and fell, but his heart was gay, with Sheridan 15 miles away. Still sprung from those swift hoofs thundering south, the dust like smoke from the cannon's mouth, or a trail of a comet sweeping faster and faster, foreboding to traitors the doom of disaster. The heart of the steed and the heart of the master were beating like prisoners assaulting their walls, impatient to be where the battlefield calls. Every nerve of the charger was strained to full play, with Sheridan only 10 miles away. Under his spurning feet the road, like an arrowy alpine river flowed, and the landscape sped away behind, like an ocean flying before the wind, and the steed, like a bark fed with furnace ire, swept on with his wild eye full of fire. But lo, he is nearing his heart's desire, he is snuffing the smoke of the roaring fray, with Sheridan only 5 miles away. The first that the general saw were the groups of stragglers, and then the retreating troops. What was done, what to do, a glance told him both. Then striking his spurs with a terrible oath, he dashed down the line mid a storm of huzzas, and the wave of retreat checked its course there because the sight of the master compelled it to pause. With foam and with dust the black charger was grey. By the flash of an eye and the red nostrils' play, he seemed to the whole great army to say, I have brought you Sheridan all the way from Winchester down to save the day. Hurrah, hurrah for Sheridan! Hurrah for horse and man! And when their statues are placed on high, under the dome of the Union sky, the American soldier's temple of fame, there with the glorious general's name, be it said in letters both bold and bright, here is the steed that saved the day, by carrying Sheridan into the fight, from Winchester 20 miles away. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Republic by Henry W. Longfellow. From the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2. Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox.org. Though, too, sail on, O ship of state! Sail on, O Union strong and great! Humanity with all its fears, with all the hopes of future years, is hanging breathless on thy fate. We know what master laid thy keel, what workman wrought thy ribs of steel, who made each mast and sail and rope, what anvils rang, what hammers beat, in what a forge and what a heat were shaped the anchors of thy hope. Fear not each sudden sound and shock, 'tis of the wave and not the rock, 'tis but the flapping of the sail, and not a rent made by the gale. In spite of rock and tempest roar, in spite of false lights on the shore, sail on nor fear to breast the sea. Our hearts, our hopes are all with thee. Our hearts, our hopes, our prayers, our tears, our faith triumphant o'er our fears, are all with thee, are all with thee. From the building of the ship. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Landing of the Pilgrim Fathers in New England by Felicia D. Hermans. From the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox.org. The breaking waves dashed high on a stern and rock-bound coast, and the woods against a stormy sky their giant branches tossed, and the heavy night hung dark, the hills and waters o'er, when a band of exiles moored their bark on the wild New England shore. Not as the conqueror comes, they the true-hearted came, not with the roll of the stirring drums, and the trumpet that sings of fame, not as the flying come, in silence and in fear. They shook the depths of the desert gloom with their hymns of lofty cheer. Amidst the storm they sang, and the stars heard, and the sea, and the sounding aisles of the dim wood rang, and the sounding aisles of the dim woods rang to the anthem of the free. The ocean eagle soared from his nest by the white waves' foam, and the rocking pines of the forest roared. This was their welcome home. There were men with hoary hair amidst that pilgrim band. Why had they come to wither here, away from their childhood's land? There was woman's fearless eye, lit by her deep love's truth. There was manhood's brow serenely high, and the fiery heart of youth. What sought they thus afar? Bright jewels of the mine, the wealth of seas, the spoils of war. They sought a face pure shrine. Ay, call it holy ground, the soil where first they trod. They have left unstained what there they found, freedom to worship God. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Eve of Waterloo by Lord Byron. From the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox.org. There was a sound of revelry by night, and Belgium's capital had gathered then, her beauty and her chivalry and bright. The lamps shone o'er fair women and brave men. 1,000 hearts beat happily, and when music arose with its voluptuous swell, soft eyes looked love to eyes which spake again, and all went merry as a marriage bell. But hush, hark! A deep sound strikes like a rising knell. Did ye not hear it? No, 'twas but the wind, or the car rattling o'er the stony street. On with the dance, let joy be unconfined. No sleep till morn, when youth and pleasure meet, to chase the glowing hours with flying feet. But hark! That heavy sound breaks in once more, as if the clouds its echo would repeat, and nearer, nearer, deadlier than before. Arm, arm! Is it? It is the cannon's opening roar. Ah, then and there was hurrying to and fro, and gathering tears and tremblings of distress, and cheeks all pale, which, but an hour ago, blushed at the praise of their own loveliness. And there were sudden partings, such as press the life from out young hearts, and choking sighs, which ne'er might be repeated. Who could guess, if ever more should meet those mutual eyes, since upon night so sweet such awful morn could rise? And there was mounting in hot haste the steed, the mustering squadron, and the clattering car, went pouring forward with impetuous speed, and swiftly forming in the ranks of war. And the deep thunder peal on peal afar, and near the beat of the alarming drum, roused up the soldier the morning star, while thronged the citizens with terror dumb, or whispering with white lips the foe, they come, they come. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Concord Hymn by R.W. Emerson. From the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2. Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox.org. By the rude bridge that arched the flood, their flag to April's breeze unfurled. Here once the embattled farmers stood, and fired the shot heard round the world. The foe long since in silence slept, alike the conqueror silent sleeps, and time the ruined bridge has swept down the dark stream which seaward creeps. On this green bank, by this soft stream, we set today a votive stone, that memory may their deed redeem, when, like our sires, our sons are gone. Spirit that made those heroes dare to die and leave their children free, bid time and nature gently spare the shaft we raise to them and thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
O Captain, My Captain by Walt Whitman, from the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox.org. O Captain, my Captain, our fearful trip is done. The ship has weathered every wrack, the prize we sought is won. The port is near, the bells I hear, the people all exulting, while follow ice a steady keel, the vessel grim and daring. But oh heart, 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 how the bleeding drops of red, where on the deck my captain lies, fallen, cold and dead. O Captain, my Captain, rise up and hear the bells. Rise up, for you the flag is flung, for you the bugle trills, for you bouquets and ribboned wreaths, for you the shores a crowding, for you they call, the swaying mass, their eager faces turning. Here, Captain, dear Father, this arm beneath your head. It is some dream that on the deck you've fallen cold and dead. My captain does not answer, his lips are pale and still. My father does not feel my arm, he has no pulse nor will. The ship is anchored safe and sound, its voyage closed and done. From fearful trip the victor's ship comes in with object won. Exult, O shores, and ring, O bells, but I with mournful tread walk the deck, my captain lies, fallen cold and dead. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Nation's Strength by R.W. Emerson, from the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox. Recording by John Rushton. Not gold, but only man can make a people great and strong, men who, for truth and honour's sake, stand fast and suffer long. Brave men who work while others sleep, who dare while others fly, they build a nation's pillars deep and lift them to the sky. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Burial of Sir John Moore by Charles Wolfe, from the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox.org. Recording by John Rushton. Not a drum was heard, not a funeral note, as his course to the rampart we hurried. Not a soldier discharged his farewell shot, other grave where our hero we buried. We buried him darkly at dead of night, the sods with our bayonets turning, by the struggling moonbeam's misty light, and the lantern dimly burning. No useless coffin enclosed his breast, not in sheet or in shroud we wound him, but he lay like a warrior taking his rest, with his martial cloak around him. Few and short were the prayers we said, and we spoke not a word of sorrow, but we steadfastly gazed on the face that was dead, and we bitterly thought of the morrow. We thought as we hollowed his narrow bed, and smoothed down his lonely pillow, that the foe and the stranger would tread o'er his head, and we far away on the billow. Likely they'll talk of the spirit that's gone, and o'er the cold ashes upbraid him, but little he'll reck if they let him sleep on, in the grave where a Briton has laid him. But half of our heavy task was done, when the clock struck the hour for retiring, and we heard the distant and random gun that the foe was sullenly firing. Slowly and sadly we laid him down, from the field of his fame fresh and gory. We carved not a line, and we raised not a stone, but we left him alone in his glory. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. O Canada by Emma Powell McCulloch, from the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox.org. Recording by John Rushton. O Canada, in praise of thee we sing, from echoing hills our anthems proudly ring, with fertile plains and mountains grand, with lakes and rivers clear, eternal beauty thou dost stand throughout the changing year. Lord God of hosts, we now implore, bless our dear land this day and evermore, bless our dear land this day and evermore. Dear Canada, for thee our fathers wrought, thy good and ours unselfishly they sought. With steadfast hand and fearless mind they felled the forest domes, content at last to leave behind a heritage of homes. Lord God of hosts, we now implore, bless our dear land this day and evermore, bless our dear land this day and evermore. Bless Canada, the homeland that we love, thy freedom came, a gift from God above. Thy righteous laws, thy justice fair, give matchless liberty. We thank our God that we may share thy glorious destiny. Lord God of hosts, we now implore, bless our dear land this day and evermore. Bless our dear land this day and evermore. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Cavalry Song by Edmund Clarence Stedman, from the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox by Dale Grothmann. Our good steeds snuff the evening air, our pulses with their purpose tingle. The foeman's fires are twinkling there, he leaps to hear our sabers jingle. Halt! Each carbine sends its whizzing ball. Now, cling, clang, forward all, into the fight. Dash on beneath the smoking dome, through level lightnings gallop nearer. One look to heaven, no thoughts of home. The guidons that we bear are dearer. Charge! Clink, clank, forward all. Heaven help those whose horses fall. Cut left and right. They flee before our fierce attack. They fall. They spread in broken surges. Now, comrades, bear our wounded back, and leave the foeman to his dirges. Wheel! The bugle sounds the swift recall. Cling, clang, backward all. Home, and good night. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. On the Life Mask of Abraham Lincoln by Richard Watson Gilder, from the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox by Dale Grothmann. His bronze doth keep the very form and mold of our great martyr's face. That brow, all wisdom, all dignity. That human, humorous mouth. Those cheeks that hold, like some harsh landscape, all the summer's gold. That spirit, fit for sorrow, as the sea for storms to beat on. The lonely agony. Those silent, patient lips, too well foretold. Yes, this is he who ruled the world of men, as might some prophet of the elder day, brooding above the tempest and the fray, with deep-eyed thought and more than mortal ken. A power was his beyond the touch of art or armed strength. It was his mighty heart. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Charge of the Light Brigade by Alfred Tennyson, from the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox. Recording by John Rushton. Half a league, half a league, half a league onwards, all in the valley of death rode the 600. Forward, the Light Brigade! Charge for the guns, he said. Into the valley of death rode the 600. Forward, the Light Brigade! Was there a man dismayed? Not thou, the soldiers knew, someone had blundered. Theirs not to make reply, theirs not to reason why, theirs but to do and die. Into the valley of death rode the 600. Cannon to the right of them, cannon to the left of them, cannon in front of them, volleyed and thundered, stormed at with shot and shell, boldly they rode and well, into the jaws of death, into the mouth of hell rode the 600. Flashed all their sabres bare, flashed as they turned in air, sabring the gunners there, charging an army while all the world wondered. Plunged in the battery smoke, right through the line they broke, Cossack and Russian reeled from the sabre stroke, shattered and sundered, then they rode back, but not the 600. Cannon to the right of them, cannon to the left of them, cannon behind them, volleyed and thundered, stormed at with shot and shell, while horse and hero fell. They had fought so well, came through the jaws of death, back from the mouth of hell, all that was left of them, left of the 600. When can their glory fade? Oh, the wild charge they made! All the world wondered, Honour the charge they made, honour the Light Brigade, noble 600. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Paul Revere's Ride by Henry W. Longfellow, from the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere. On the 18th of April in '75, hardly a man is now alive who remembers that famous day and year. He said to his friend, "If the British march by land or sea from the town tonight, hang a lantern aloft in the belfry arch of the north church tower as a signal light, one if by land and two if by sea. And I on the opposite shore will be, ready to ride and spread the alarm through every Middlesex village and farm, for the country folk to be up and to arm." He said good night with muffled oar, silently rowed to the Charlestown shore. Just as the moon rose over the bay, there swinging wide at her moorings lay the Somerset British man of war. A phantom ship, with each mast and spar across the moon like a prison bar, and a huge black hulk that was magnified by its own reflection in the tide. Meanwhile his friend, through alley and street, wanders and watches with eager ears, till in the silence around him he hears the muster of men at the barrack door, the sound of arms and the tramp of feet, and the measured tread of the grenadiers marching to their boats on the shore. Then he climbed to the tower of the church, up the wooden stairs, with stealthy tread, to the belfry chamber overhead, and startled the pigeons from their perch on the sombre rafters that round him made masses and moving shapes of shade. Up the light ladder, slender and tall, to the highest window in the wall, where he paused to listen and look down a moment on the roofs of the quiet town, and the moonlight flowing over all. Beneath in the churchyard lay the dead in their night encampment on the hill, wrapped in silence so deep and still that he could hear, like a sentinel's tread, the watchful night wind as it went creeping along from tent to tent, and seeming to whisper, "All is well." A moment only he feels for the spell of the place and the hour, the secret dread of the lonely belfry and the dead. For suddenly all his thoughts were bent on a shadowy something far away, where the river widens to meet the bay, a line of black that bends and floats on the rising tide like a bridge of boats. Meanwhile, impatient to mount and ride, booted and spurred with a heavy stride, on the opposite shore walked Paul Revere. Now he patted his horse's side, now gazed on the landscape far and near, then impetuous stamped the earth, and turned and tightened his saddle girth. But mostly he watched with eager search the belfry tower of the old North Church, as it rose above the graves on the hill, lonely and spectral and sombre and still. And lo, as he looks on the belfry's height, a glimmer, and then a gleam of light. He springs to his saddle, the bridle he turns, but lingers and gazes till full on his sight a second lamp in the belfry burns. A hurry of hoofs in a village street, a shape in the moonlight, a bulk in the dark, and beneath from the pebbles in passing a spark struck out by a steed that flies fearless and fleet. That was all, and yet through the gloom and the light the fate of a nation was riding that night, and the spark struck out by that steed in his flight kindled the land into flame with its heat. It was 12 by the village clock when he crossed the bridge into Medford town. He heard the crowing of the cock and the barking of the farmer's dog, and felt the damp of the river fog that rises when the sun goes down. It was 1 by the village clock when he rode into Lexington. He saw the gilded weathercock swim in the moonlight as he passed, and the meeting-house windows, blank and bare, gaze at him with a spectral glare, as if they already stood aghast at the bloody work they would look upon. It was 2 by the village clock when he came to the bridge in Concord town. He heard the bleating of the flock and the twitter of the birds among the trees, and felt the breath of the morning breeze blowing over the meadows brown, and one was safe and asleep in his bed, who at the bridge would be first to fall, who that day would be lying dead, pierced by a British musket ball. You know the rest. In the books you have read how the British regulars fired and fled, how the farmers gave them ball for ball from behind each fence and farmyard wall, chasing the redcoats down the lane, then crossing the fields to emerge again under the trees at the turn of the road, and only pausing to fire and load. So through the night rode Paul Revere, and so through the night went his cry of alarm to every Middlesex village and farm, a cry of defiance and not of fear, a voice in the darkness, a knock at the door, and a word that shall echo for evermore. For borne on the night wind of the past, through all our history to the last, in the hour of darkness, the peril and need, the people will waken and listen to hear the hurrying hoofbeat of that steed, and the midnight message of Paul Revere. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Naseby by Thomas Babington Macaulay, from the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox.org. Recording by John Rushton. O wherefore come ye forth in triumph from the north, with your hands and your feet and your raiment all red? And wherefore doth your rout send forth a joyous shout? And whence be the grapes of the winepress that ye tread? O evil was the root, and bitter was the fruit, and crimson was the juice of the vintage that we trod. For we trampled on the throng of the haughty and the strong, who sate in the high places, and slew the saints of God. It was about the noon of a glorious day of June, when we saw their banners dance and their cuirasses shine, and the man of blood was there, with his long essenced hair, and Astley, and Sir Marmaduke, and Rupert of the Rhine. Like a servant of the Lord, with his Bible and his sword, the general rode along us to form us for the fight, when a murmuring sound broke out, and swelled into a shout, among the godless horsemen upon the tyrant's right. And hark, like the roar of the billows on the shore, the cry of battle rises along their charging line. For God, for the cause, for the church, for the laws, for Charles King of England, and Rupert of the Rhine. The furious German comes with his clarions and his drums, his bravos of Alsatia and pages of Whitehall. They're bursting on our flanks, grasp your pikes, close the ranks, for Rupert never comes but to conquer or to fall. They are here, they rush on, we are broken, we are gone, our left is borne before them like stubble on the blast. O Lord, put forth thy might, O Lord, defend the right, stand back to back, in God's name, and fight it to the last. Stout Skippon hath a wound, the centre hath given ground. Hark, hark, what means the trampling of horsemen at our rear? Whose banner do I see, boys? 'Tis he, thank God, 'tis he, boys. Bear up another minute, brave Oliver is here. Their heads all stooping low, their points all in a row, like a whirlwind on the trees, like a deluge on the dykes, our cuirassiers have burst on the ranks of the accursed, and at a shock have scattered the forest of his pikes. Fast, fast the gallants ride, in some safe nook to hide, their coward heads predestined to rot on Temple Bar, and he turns, he flies, shame on those cruel eyes, that bore to look on torture, and dare not look on war. Ho, comrades, scour the plain, and ye strip the slain, first give another stab to make your search secure, then shake from sleeves and pockets their broad pieces and lockets, the tokens of the wanton and the plunder of the poor. Fools, your doublets shone with gold, and your hearts were gay and bold, when you kissed your lily hands to your lemans today, and tomorrow shall the fox from her chambers in the rocks lead forth her tawny cubs to howl above the prey. Where be your tongues, that late mocked at heaven and hell and fate, and the fingers that once so busy with your blades, your perfume satin clothes, your catches and your oaths, your stage plays and your sonnets, your diamonds and your spades? Down, down, forever down, with the mitre and the crown, with the beal of the court and the mammon of the Pope. There was woe in Oxford Hall, there is wail in Dunham's stall. The Jesuit smites his bosom, the bishop rends his cope, and she of 7 hills shall mourn her children's ills, and tremble when she thinks on the edge of England's sword, and the kings of earth in fear shall shudder when they hear what the hand of God hath wrought for the houses and the word. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
How They Brought the Good News from Ghent to Aix by Robert Browning, from the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Cantoni. I sprang to the stirrup, and Joris and he. I galloped, Dirk galloped, we galloped all three. Good speed, cried the watch as the gate bolts undrew. Speed, echoed the wall to us galloping through. Behind shut the postern, the lights sank to rest, and into the midnight we galloped abreast. Not a word to each other, we kept the great pace, neck by neck, stride by stride, never changing our place. I turned in my saddle and made its girth tight, then shortened each stirrup and set the peak right, rebuckled the cheek strap, chained slacker the bit, nor galloped less steadily Roland a whit. 'Twas moonset at starting, but while we drew near Locheren, the cock's crew, and twilight dawned clear. At Boom a great yellow star came out to sea. At Dufel 'twas morning as plain as could be. And from Meckeln church steeple we heard the half chime. So Joris broke silence with, "Yet there is time." At Airshot up leaped of a sudden the sun, and against him the cattle stood black every one, to stare through the mist at us galloping past, and I saw my stout galloper Roland at last, with resolute shoulders, each butting away the haze as some bluff river headland at spray, and his low head and crest, just one sharp ear bent back for my voice, and the other pricked out on his track, and one eye's black intelligence ever that glance, or its white edge at me, his own master, askance, and the thick, heavy spume flakes which aye and anon his fierce lips shook upward in galloping on. By Hasselt Dirk groaned, and cried Joris, "Stay spur! Your ruse galloped bravely, the fault's not in her. We'll remember it aches," for one heard the quick wheeze of her chest, saw the stretched neck and staggering knees, and sunk tail, and horrible heave of the flank, as down on her haunches she shuddered and sank. So we were left galloping, Joris and I, past Lowes and past Tongres, no cloud in the sky. The broad sun above laughed a pitiless laugh. 'Neath our feet broke the brittle bright stubble like chaff, till over by Dalhem a dome spire sprang white. And "Gallop!" gasped Joris, "for Aix is in sight. How they'll greet us!" And all in a moment his roan rolled neck and croup over, lay dead as a stone, and there was my Roland to bear the whole weight of the news which alone could save Aix from her fate, with nostrils like pits full of blood to the brim, and with circles of red for his eye socket's rim. Then I cast loose my buff coat, each holster let fall, shook off both my jackboots, let go belt and all, stood up in the stirrup, leaned, patted his ear, called my Roland his pet name, my horse without peer, clapped my hands, laughed and sang any noise bad or good, till at length into Aix Roland galloped and stood. And all I remember is friends flocking round, as I sat with his head twixt my knees on the ground, and no voice but was praising this Roland of mine, as I poured down his throat our last measure of wine, which the burgesses voted by common consent was no more than his due who brought good news from Ghent. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynda Cantoni.
The Bowman's Song by Arthur Conan Doyle. From the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox. Recording by John Rushton. What of the bow? The bow was made in England, of true wood, of yew wood, the wood of English bows. So men who are free love the old yew tree, and the land where the yew tree grows. What of the cord? The cord was made in England. A rough cord, a tough cord, a cord that bowmen love. So we'll drain our jacks to the English flax, and the land where the hemp was wove. What of the shaft? The shaft was cut in England. A long shaft, a strong shaft, barbed and trim and true. So we'll drink all together to the grey goose feather, and the land where the grey goose flew. What of the men? The men were bred in England. The bowmen, the yeomen, the lads of dale and fell. Here's to you, and to you, to the hearts that are true, and the land where the true hearts dwell. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Old Ironsides by Oliver Wendell Holmes, from the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. The mast that Britain strove to bow in vain, and one who listened to the tale of shame, whose heart still answered to that sacred name, whose eyes still followed o'er his country's tides thy glorious flag, our brave old Ironsides. From yon lone attic in a summer's morn, thus mocked the spoilers with his schoolboy scorn. Ay, tear her tattered ensign down! Long has it waved on high, and many an eye has danced to see that banner in the sky. Beneath it rung the battle's shout, and burst the cannon's roar. The meteor of the ocean air shall sweep the clouds no more. Her deck, once red with heroes' blood, where knelt the vanquished foe, when winds were hurrying o'er the flood, and waves were white below, no more shall feel the victor's tread, or know the conquered knee. The harpies of the shore shall pluck the eagle of the sea. Oh, better that her shattered hulk should sink beneath the wave, her thunders shook the mighty deep, and there should be her grave. Nail to the mast her holy flag, set every threadbare sail, and give her to the god of storms, the lightning and the gale. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Drum by Bret Harte. From the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox. Recording by Nan Dodge. Hark! I hear the tramp of thousands, and of armed men the hum. Lo! a nation's hosts have gathered round the quick, alarming drum, saying, "Come, free men, come." "Ere your heritage be wasted," said the quick, alarmed drum, "let me of my heart take counsel. War is not of life the sum. Who shall stay and reap the harvest when the autumn days shall come?" But the drum echoed, "Come." "Death shall reap the braver harvest," said the solemn sounding drum. "But when won the coming battle, what of profit springs therefrom? What if conquest, subjugation, even greater ills become?" But the drum answered, "Come." "You must do the sum to prove it," said the Yankee answering drum. "What if, mid the cannon's thunder, whistling shot and bursting bomb, when my brothers fall around me, should my heart grow cold and numb?" But the drum answered, "Come." "Better there in death united than in life a recreant. Come." Thus they answered, hoping, fearing, some in faith and doubting some, till a trumpet voice proclaiming said, "My chosen people, come." Then the drum, lo! was dumb, for the great heart of the nation, throbbing, answered, "Lord, we come." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Casa Bianca by Felicia D. Hemans. From the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox by Nan Dodge. The boy stood on the burning deck, whence all but he had fled. The flame that lit the battle's wreck shone round him o'er the dead. Yet beautiful and bright he stood, as born to rule the storm, a creature of heroic blood, a proud though childlike form. The flames rolled on, he would not go without his father's word. That father faint in death below, his voice no longer heard. He called aloud, "Say, father, say, if yet my task is done?" He knew not that the chieftain lay, unconscious of his son. "Speak, father," once again he cried, "if I may yet be gone." And but the booming shots replied, and fast the flames rolled on. Upon his brow he felt their breath, and in his waving hair, and looked from that lone post of death in still yet brave despair. And shouted but once more aloud, "My father, must I stay? while o'er him fast through sail and shroud the wreathing fires made way. They wrapped the ship in splendor wild, they caught the flag on high, and streamed above the gallant child like banners in the sky. There came a burst of thunder sound. The boy, oh, where was he? Ask of the winds that far around with fragments strewed the sea. With mast and helm and pennon fair, that well had borne their part, but the noblest thing that perished there was that young faithful heart. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Divine Ode by Joseph Addison. From the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox. Recording by Nan Dodge. The spacious firmament on high, with all the blue, ethereal sky, and spangled heavens, a shining frame, their great original proclaim. The unwearied sun from day to day does his Creator's power display, and publishes to every land the work of an almighty hand. Soon as the evening shades prevail, the moon takes up the wondrous tale, and nightly to the listening earth repeats the story of her birth, whilst all the stars that round her burn, and all the planets in their turn, confirm the tidings as they roll, and spread the truth from pole to pole. What though in solemn silence all move round the dark terrestrial ball? What though nor real voice nor sound amidst their radiant orbs be found? In reason's ear they all rejoice, and utter forth a glorious voice, for ever singing as they shine, the hand that made us is divine. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Character of a Happy Life by Sir Henry Wotton. From the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox. Recording by Nan Dodge. How happy is he born and taught, that serveth not another's will, whose armour is his honest thought, and simple truth his utmost skill, whose passions not his master's are, whose soul is still prepared for death, untied unto the world by care of public fame or private breath, who envies none that chance doth raise, nor vice, who never understood how deepest wounds are given by praise, nor rules of state, but rules of good, who hath his life from rumours freed, whose conscience is his strong retreat, whose state can neither flatterers feed, nor ruin make oppressors great, who God doth late and early pray more of his grace than gifts to lend, and entertains the harmless day with a religious book or friend. This man is freed from servile bands of hope to rise or fear to fall, lord of himself, though not of lands, and, having nothing, yet hath all. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Rhodora, on being asked, "Whence is the flower?" by Ralph W. Emerson. From the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox. Recording by Nan Dodge. In May, when sea winds pierced our solitudes, I found the fresh rhodora in the woods, spreading its leafless blooms in a damp nook, to please the desert and the sluggish brook. The purple petals fallen in the pool made the black water with their beauty gay. Here might the redbird come his plumes to cool, and court the flower that cheapens his array. Rhodora, if the sages ask thee why this charm is wasted on the earth and sky, tell them, dear, that if eyes were made for seeing, then beauty is its own excuse for being. Why thou wert there, O rival of the rose, I never thought to ask, I never knew, but in my simple ignorance suppose the self-same power that brought me there brought you. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Laus Deo by John G. Whittier. From the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox. Recording by Nan Dodge. It is done. Clang of bell and roar of gun send the tidings up and down. How the belfries rock and reel, how the great guns, peal on peal, fling the joy from town to town. Ring, O bells, every stroke exulting tells of the burial hour of crime. Loud and long, that all may hear, ring for every listening ear of eternity and time. Let us kneel, God's own voice is in that peal, and this spot is holy ground. Lord, forgive us, what are we, that our eyes this glory see, that our ears have heard the sound? For the Lord on the whirlwind is abroad, in the earthquake he has spoken, he has smitten with his thunder the iron walls asunder, and the gates of brass are broken. Loud and long lift the old exalting song, sing with Miriam by the sea, he has cast the mighty down, horse and rider sink and drown, he has triumphed gloriously. Did we dare in our agony of prayer ask for more than he has done? When was ever his right hand over any time or land stretched as now beneath the sun? How they pale, ancient myth and song and tale, in this wonder of our days, when the cruel rod of war blossoms white with righteous law, and the wrath of man is praise. Blotted out, all within and all about, shall a fresher life begin. Freer breathe the universe as it rolls its heavy curse on the dead and buried sin. It is done. In the circuit of the sun shall the sound thereof go forth. It shall bid the sad rejoice. It shall give the dumb a voice. It shall belt with joy the earth. Ring and swing, bells of joy on morning's wing, send the song of praise abroad. With a sound of broken chains, tell the nations that he reigns, who alone is Lord and God. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Coloured Band by Paul Laurence Dunbar, from the Junior Classics Volume 10 Part 2. Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. When the coloured band comes marching down the street, you can hear the ladies all around repeat. Ain't they handsome? Ain't they grand? Ain't they splendid, goodness land? When they's perfect from their foreheads to their feet, and such stepping to the music down the line. 'Tain't the music by itself that makes it fine. It's the walking step by step, and the keeping time with heap, that it make a common ditty sound divine. Oh, the white band play its music, and it's mighty good to hear. Ain't it sometimes leaves a tickling in your feet, but the heat goes into business for to help erlong the year, when the coloured band goes marching down the street. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Wind in a Frolic by William Howitt. From the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox. Recording by John Rushton. The wind one morning sprang up from sleep, saying, now for a frolic, now for a leap, now for a madcap galloping chase, I'll make a commotion in every place. So it swept with a bustle right through a great town, cracking the signs and scattering down shutters, and whisking with merciless squalls old women's bonnets and gingerbread stalls. There never was heard a lustier shout, as the apples and oranges trundled about, and the urchins that stand with their thieverish eyes, for ever on watch, ran off each with a prize. Then away to the field it went blustering and humming, and the cattle all wondered whatever was coming. It plucked by the tails the grave matronly cows, and tossed the colts' manes all over their brows, till, offended by such an unusual salute, they all turned their backs and stood sulky and mute. So on it went capering and playing its pranks, whistling with reeds on the broad river's banks, puffing the birds as they sat on the spray, or the travellers' grave on the king's highway. It was not too nice to hustle the bags of a beggar and flutter his dirty rags. 'Twas so bold that it feared not to play its joke with a doctor's wig or a gentleman's cloak. Through the forest it roared and cried gaily, "Now, you sturdy old oaks, I'll make you bow." And it made them bow without much ado, or it cracked their great branches through and through. Then it rushed like a monster on cottage and farm, striking their dwellers with sudden alarm. And they ran out like bees in a midsummer swarm. There were dames with their kerchiefs tied over their caps, to see if their poultry were free from mishaps. The turkeys they gobbled, the geese screamed aloud, and the hens crept to roost in a terrified crowd. There was rearing of ladders and logs laying on, where the thatch on the roof threatened soon to be gone. But the wind had swept on, and had met in a lane with a schoolboy who panted and struggled in vain. For it tossed him and twirled him, then passed, and he stood, with his hat in a pool and his shoes in the mud. Then away went the wind on its holiday glee, and now it was far on the billowy sea, and the lordly ships felt its staggering blow, and the little boats darted to and fro. But lo, it was night, and it sank to rest on the seabird's rock in the gleaming west, laughing to think, in its fearful fun, how little mischief it really had done. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Ivory by Thomas Babington Macaulay, from the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox.org. Recording by John Rushton. Now glory to the Lord of Hosts, from whom all glories are, and glory to our sovereign liege, King Henry of Navarre. Now let there be a merry sound of music and of dance through thy cornfields green and sunny vines, O pleasant land of France. And thou, Rochelle, our own Rochelle, proud city of the waters, again let rapture write the eyes of all thy mourning daughters. As thou wert constant in our ills, be joyous in our joy, for cold and stiff and still are they who wrought thy walls annoy. Hooray, hooray, a single field hath turned the chance of war. Hooray, hooray, for Ivory and Henry of Navarre. Oh, how our hearts were beating when at dawn of day we saw the army of the League drawn out in long array, with all its priest-like citizens and all its rebel peers, and Appenzel's stout infantry and Ergemont's Flemish spears. They rode the broad of false Lorraine, the curses of our land, and dark Marianne was in the midst, a truncheon in his hand. And, as we looked on them, we thought of Seine's empurpled flood, and good Cologny's hoary hair, all dappled with his blood. And we cried unto the living God, who rules the fate of war, to fight for his own holy name, and Henry of Navarre. The king is come to marshal us, in all his armour dressed, and he has bound a snow-white plume upon his gallant crest. He looked upon his people, and a tear was in his eye. He looked upon the traitors, and his glance was stern and high. Right graciously he smiled on us, and rolled from wing to wing, down all the line a deafening shout, God save our Lord the King! And if my standard-bearer fall, as fall full well he may, for never saw I promise yet of such a bloody fray, press where ye see my white plume shine amid the ranks of war, and be your oriflamme today the helmet of Navarre. Hooray! The foes are moving, hark to the mingled din of fife and steed and trump and drum and roaring culverin. The fiery Duke is pricking fast across St. André's plain, with all his hireling chivalry of Guelders and amain. And now by lips of those ye love, Fair gentlemen of France, charge for the golden lilies now, upon them with the lance. 1,000 spurs are striking deep, 1,000 spears in rest, 1,000 knights are pressed close behind the snow-white crest. And in they burst, and on they rushed, while like a guiding star, amid the thickest carnage blazed the helmet of Navarre. Now, God be praised, the day is ours, Mayenne has turned his rein, Du Allemagne hath cried for quarter, the Flemish count is slain. Thy ranks are breaking like thin clouds before a Biscay gale, the field is heaped with bleeding steeds, and flags and cloven mail. And then we thought on vengeance, and all along the van, Remember St. Bartholomew, was passed from man to man. But out spake gentle Henry, No Frenchman is my foe, down, down with every foreigner, but let your brethren go. Oh, was there such a knight, in friendship or in war, as our sovereign lord, King Henry, the soldier of Navarre? Right well fought all the Frenchmen who fought for France today, and may a lordly banner God gave them for a prey. But we of the religion have borne as best in fight, and the good lord of Rosny has taken the cornet white. Our own true Maximilian the cornet white hath taken, the cornet white, with cross black, the flag of false Lorraine. Up with it high, unfurl it wide, that all the host may know how God hath humbled the proud house which wrought his church such woe. Then on the ground, while trumpets sound their loudest point of war, fling the red shreds of footcloth meet for Henry of Navarre. Ho maidens of Vienna, ho matrons of Lucerne, weep, weep, and rend your hair for those who never shall return. Ho Philip, send for charity thy Mexican pistoles, that Antwerp monks may sing a mass for thy poor spearmen's souls. Ho gallant nobles of the League, look that your arms be bright. Ho burghers of St. Genevieve, keep watch and ward tonight. For our God hath crushed the tyrant, our God hath raised the slave, and mocked the counsel of the wise, the valour of the brave. Then glory to his holy name, from whom all glories are, and glory to our sovereign lord, King Henry of Navarre. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Heart of the Bruce by William E. Ayton. From the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox. Recording by Nam Dodge. It was upon an April morn, while yet the frost lay hoar, we heard Lord James's bugle horn sound by the rocky shore. Then down we went, 100 knights, all in our dark array, and flung our armour in the ships that rode within the bay. We spoke not as the shore grew less, but gazed in silence back, where the long billows swept away the foam behind our track. And aye the purple hues decayed upon the fading hill, and but one heart in all that ship was tranquil, cold, and still. The good Lord Douglas paced the deck, and oh, his face was wan, unlike the flush it used to wear when in the battle van. Come hither, my trusty knight, Sir Simon of the Lee, there is a fright lies near my soul, I fain would tell to thee. Thou knowest the words King Robert spoke upon his dying day, how he bade take his noble heart and carry it far away, and lay it in the holy soil where once the Saviour trod, since he might not bear the blessed cross, nor strike one blow for God. Last night, as in my bed I lay, I dreamed a dreary dream. Methought I saw a pilgrim stand in the moonlight's quivering beam. His robe was of the azure dye, snow white his scattered hairs, and even such a cross he bore as good St. Andrew bears. "Why go ye forth, Lord James?" he said, "with spear and belted brand? Why do you take its dearest pledge from this our Scottish land? The sultry breeze of Galilee creeps through its groves of palm, the olives on the holy mount stand glittering in the calm. But 'tis not there that Scotland's heart shall rest by God's decree, till the great angel calls the dead to rise from earth and sea. Lord James of Douglas, mark my rede, that heart shall pass once more in fiery fight against the foe, as it was wont of yore. And it shall pass beneath the cross and save King Robert's vow, but other hand shall bear it back, not dames of Douglas, thou. Now by thy knightly faith I pray, Sir Simon of the Lee, for truer friend had never man than thou hast been to me. If ne'er upon the Holy Land 'tis mine in life to tread, bear thou to Scotland's kindly earth the relics of her dead. The tear was in Sir Simon's eye as he wrung the warrior's hand. Betide me weal, betide me woe, I'll hold by thy command. But if in battle front, Lord James, 'tis ours once more to ride, nor force of man nor craft of fiend shall cleave me from thy side. And aye we sailed, and aye we sailed across the weary sea, until one morn the coast of Spain rose grimly on our lee. And as we rounded to the port beneath the watchtower's wall, we heard the clash of the attaballs and the trumpet's wavering call. Why sounds yon eastern music here so wantonly and long? And who's the crowd of armed men that round yon standard throng? The Moors have come from Africa to spoil and waste and slay, and King Alonso of Castile must fight with them today. Now shame it were, cried good Lord James, shall never be said of me, that I and mine have turned aside from the cross in jeopardy. Have down, my merry men all, have down unto the plain, we'll let the Scottish lion loose within the fields of Spain. Now welcome to me, noble lord, thou and thy stalwart power, dear is the sight of a Christian knight who comes in such an hour. Is it for bond or faith you come, or yet for golden fee? Or bring ye France's lilies here, or the flower of Burgundy? God greet thee well, thou valiant king, thee and thy belted peers. Sir James of Douglas am I called, and these are Scottish spears. We do not fight for bond or plight, nor yet for golden fee, but for the sake of our blessed Lord who died upon the tree. We bring our great King Robert's heart across the weltering wave, to lay it in the holy soil hard by the Saviour's grave. True pilgrims we, by land or sea, where danger bars the way, and therefore are we here, Lord King, to ride with thee this day. The king has bent his stately head, and the tears were in his eyne. God's blessing on thee, noble knight, for this brave thought of thine. I know thy name full well, Lord James, and honoured may I be that those who fought beside the Bruce should fight this day for me. Take thou the leading of the van, and charge the Moors amain. There is not such a lance as thine in all the host of Spain. The Douglas turned towards us then, but oh, his glance was high. There is not one of all my men but is as bold as I. There is not one of all my knights but bears as true a spear. Then onward, Scottish gentlemen, and think King Robert's here. The trumpets blew, the cross-bolts flew, the arrows flashed like flame, as spur in side and spear in rest against the foe we came. And many a bearded Saracen went down, both horse and man, for through their ranks we rode like corn, so furiously we ran. But in behind our path they closed, though fain to let us through, for they were 40,000 men, and we were wondrous few. We might not see a lance's length, so dense was their array, but the long fell sweep of the Scottish blade still held them hard at bay. Make in, Lord Douglas cried, make in, my brethren dear. Sir William of St. Clair is down, we may not leave him here. But thicker grew the swarm, and sharper shot the rain, and the horses reared amid the press, but they would not charge again. Now Jesu help thee, said Lord James, thou kind and true St. Clair, and if I may not bring thee off, I'll die beside thee there." Then in his stirrups up he stood, so lion-like and proud, and held the precious heart aloft, all in its case of gold. He flung it from him far ahead, and never spake he more, but, "Pass thou first, thou dauntless heart, as thou wert wont of yore." The roar of fight rose fiercer yet, and heavier still the store, till the spears of Spain came shivering in and swept away the Moor. Now praised be God, the day is won, they fly o'er flood and fell. "Why dost thou draw the rein so hard, good knight, that fought so well?" "Oh, ride ye on, Lord King," he said, "and leave the dead to me, for I must keep the dreariest watch that ever I shall dree." There lies above his master's heart the Douglas, stark and grim, and woe is me I should be here, not side by side with him. The world grows cold, my arm is old, and thin my lyart hair, and all that I loved best on earth is stretched before me there. O Bothwell banks that bloom so bright beneath the sun of May, the heaviest cloud that ever blew is bound for you this day. And Scotland, thou mayest veil thy head in sorrow and in pain. The sorest stroke upon thy brow hath fallen this day in Spain. We'll bear them back unto our ship, we'll bear them o'er the sea, and lay them in the hallowed earth within our own country. And be thou strong of heart, Lord King, for this I tell thee sure, the sod that drank the Douglas's blood shall never bear the more. The king he lighted from his horse, he flung his brand away, and took the Douglas by the hand, so stately as he lay. God give thee rest, thou valiant soul, that fought so well for Spain. I'd rather half my land were gone, so thou wert here again. We bore the good Lord James away, and the priceless heart we bore, and heavily we steered our ship towards the Scottish shore. No welcome greeted our return, nor clang of martial tread, but all were dumb and hushed as death before the mighty dead. We laid our chief in Douglas Kirk, the heart in fair Melrose, and woeful men were we that day. God grant their souls repose. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hervé Reel by Robert Browning. From the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox.org. Recording by John Rushton. On the sea and at the Hogue, 1692, did the English fight the French. Woe to France! And the 31st of May, helter-skelter through the blue, like a crowd of frightened porpoises a shoal of sharks pursue, came crowding ship on ship to St. Molloy on the Rants, with the English fleet in view. 'Twas the squadron that escaped, and the victor in full chase, first and foremost of the drove in his great ship, Damfreville. Close on him fled great and small, 22 good ships in all. And they signalled to the place, "Help the winners of a race! Get us guidance, give us harbour, take us quick, or quicker still. Here's the English can and will." Then the pilots of the place put out brisk and leapt on board. "Why, what hope or chance of ships like these to pass?" laughed they. "Rocks to starboard, rocks to port, all the passage scarred and scored. Shall the formidable here, with their 12 and 80 guns, think to make the river mouth by a single narrow way? Trust to enter where 'tis ticklish for a craft of 20 tons, and with flow at full besides. Now 'tis slackest ebb of tide. Reach the mooring, rather say, while the rocks stand and water runs, not a ship will leave the bay." Then was called a council straight, brief and bitter the debate. "Here's the English at our heels, would you have them take in tow all that's left us of the fleet, linked together stern and bow, for a prize to Plymouth Sound? Better run the ships aground," ended Damfreville his speech. "Not a minute more to wait, let the captains all and each shove ashore, then blow up, burn the vessels on the beach. France must undergo her fate. Give the word. But no such word was ever spoke or heard. For upstood, for outstepped, for instruck amid all these, a captain, a lieutenant, a mate, first, second, third. No such man of mark and meet with his betters to compete, but a simple Breton sailor pest by Tourville for the fleet. Poor coasting pilot he, Hervé Riel, the Crossikeys. And what mockery or malice have we here, cries Hervé Riel. Are you mad, you Malowins? Are you cowards, rogues, or fools? Talk to me of rocks and shoals, me who took the soundings. Tell on my fingers every bank, every shallow, every swell, twixt the offing here and Grieve, where the river disembogues. Are you bought by English gold? Is it love the laying's for? Morn and eve, night and day, I have piloted your bay, entered free and anchored fast at the foot of Solidor. Burn the fleet and ruin France? That were worse than 50 hogues. Sirs, they know I speak the truth. Sirs, believe me, there's a way. Only let me lead the line. Have the biggest ship to steer. Get this formidable clear. Make the others follow mine. And I lead them most and least by a passage I know well, right to Solidor, past Grieve, and there lay them safe and sound. And if one ship misbehaves, keel so much as grate the ground, why, I've nothing but my life. Here's my head, cries Hervé Riel. Not a minute more to wait. Steer us in then, small and great. Take the helm, lead the line, save the squadron, cries his chief. Captains, give the sailor place. He is admiral, in brief. Still the north wind, by God's grace. See the noble fellow's face, as the big ship with a bound clears the entry like a hound. Keeps the passage as its inch of way where the wide sea profound. See, safe through shoal and rock, how they follow in a flock. Not a ship that misbehaves, not a keel that grates the ground, not a spar that comes to grief. The peril, see, is past. All are harboured to the last. And just as Hervé Riel hollers anchor, sure as fate, up the English come, too late. So the storm subsides to calm. They see the green trees wave on the heights o'erlooking Grieve. Hearts that bled are staunched with balm. Just the rapture to enchants. Let the English rake the bay, gnash their teeth and glare askance as they cannonade away. 'Neath ramparts solid air, pleasant riding on the rants. Now hope succeeds despair on each captain's countenance. Outburst all with one accord. This is paradise for hell. Let Francis King, thank the man that did the thing. What a shout, and all one word, Hervé Riel! And he stepped in front once more. Not a symptom of surprise in the frank blue Breton eyes, just the same man as before. Then said Damfreville, my friend, I speak out at the end, though I find the speaking hard. Praise is deeper than the lips. You have saved the king his ships. You must name your own reward. Faith, our sun was near eclipse. Demand whate'er you will. France remains your debtor still. Ask to heart content and have, or my name's not Damfreville. Then a beam of fun outbroke on the bearded mouth that spoke, as the honest heart laughed through those frank eyes of Breton blue. Since I must say my say, since on board the duty's done, and from Mallows Road to Crossick Point, what it is but a run, since 'tis ask and have I may, since the others go ashore, come, a good whole holiday. Leave to go and see my wife, who I call the Belle Aurore. That he asked, and that he got, nothing more. Name and deed alike are lost, not a pillar nor a post in his crossack keeps alive the fate as it befell, not a head in white and black, on a single fishing smack, in memory of the man, but for whom had gone to wrack all that France saved from the fight whence the English bore the bell. Go to Paris, rank on rank, search the heroes flung pell-mell, on the Louvre, face and flank, you shall look long enough ere you come to Hervé Riel. So, for better and for worse, Hervé Riel, accept my verse. In my verse, Hervé Riel, do thou once more save the squadron, honour France, love thy wife, the Belle Aurore. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Destruction of Sennacherib by Lord Byron, from the Junior Classics Volume 10 Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox by Julian Pratley. The Assyrian came down like a wolf on the fold, and his cohorts were gleaming in purple and gold, and the sheen of their spears was like stars on the sea, when the blue wave rolls nightly on deep Galilee. Like the leaves of the forest when the summer is green, that host with their banners at sunset were seen. Like the leaves of the forest when autumn hath blown, that host on the morrow lay withered and strown. For the angel of death spread his wings on the blast, and breathed in the face of the foe as he passed. And the eyes of the sleepers waxed deadly and chill, and their hearts but once heaved and forever grew still. And there lay the steed with his nostril all wide, but through it there rolled not the breath of his pride. And the foam of his gasping lay white on the turf, and cold as the spray of the rock-beating surf. And there lay the rider, distorted and pale, with the dew on his brow and the rust on his mail. And the tents were all silent, the banners alone, the lances unlifted, the trumpet unblown. And the widows of Asher are loud in their wail, and the idols are broke in the temple of Baal. And the might of the Gentile, unsmote by the sword, hath melted like snow in the glance of the Lord. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Incident of the French Camp by Robert Browning. From the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox.org. Recording by John Rushton. You know, we French stormed Ratisbon. A mile or so away, on a little mound, Napoleon stood on our storming day. With neck outthrust, you fancy how, legs wide, arms locked behind, as if to balance the prone bow, oppressive with its mind. Just as perhaps he mused, my plans that soar to earth may fall. Let once my army leader lanes waver at yonder wall. Out twixt the battery smokes there flew a rider bound on bound, full galloping nor bridle drew, until he reached the mound. Then off there flung in smiling joy, and held himself erect, by just his horse's mane, a boy you hardly could suspect. So tight he kept his lips compressed, scarce any blood came through. You looked twice ere you saw his breast was all but shot in two. Well, he cried, Emperor, by God's grace, we've got you Ratisbon. The marshal's in the market-place, and you'll be there anon, to see your flag-bird flap his bands, where I, to heart's desire, perched him. The chief's eyes flashed, his plan soared up again like fire. The chief's eyes flashed, but presently softened itself, as she's the film the mother's eagle's eye, when her bruised eaglet breathes. You're wounded. Nay, the soldier's pride. Touch to the quick, he said. I'm killed, sire. And his chief beside, smiling, the boy fell dead. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Horatius at the Bridge by Thomas Babington Macaulay. From the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox.org. Recording by John Rushton. Lars, poor sinner of Clusium, by the 9 gods he swore that the great house of Tarquin should suffer wrong no more. By the 9 gods he swore it, and named a trysting day, and bade his messengers ride forth, east and west and south and north, to summon his array. East and west and south and north the messengers ride fast, and tower and town and cottage have heard the trumpet's blast. Shame on the false Etruscan, who lingers in his home, when Pausania of Clusium is on the march for Rome. There be 30 chosen prophets, the wisest of the land, who always by Lars Porsena both morn and evening stand. Evening and morn the 30 have turned the verses o'er, traced from the right on linen white by mighty seers of yore, and with one voice the 30 have their glad answer given. Go forth, Lars Porsena, go forth, beloved of heaven. Go and return in glory to Clusium's royal dome, and hang around Narcissus' altars the golden shields of Rome. And now hath every city sent up their tale of men. The foot are 80,000, the horse are thousands 10. Before the gates of Sutrinium is met the great array, A proud man was Lars Porsena upon the trysting day. Now from the rock of Tarpenian could the wan burghers spy the line of burning villages red in the midnight sky. The fathers of the city, they sat all night and day, for every hour some horseman came with tidings of dismay. Whiz in all the senate there was no heart so bold, but sore it ached and fast it beat when that ill news was told. Forthwith uprose the council, uprose the fathers all. In haste they girded up their gowns and hied them to the wall. They held a council standing before the river gate. Short time there was, ye well may guess, for musing or debate. Outspoke the council roundly, the bridge must straight go down, for since Janiculum is lost, naught else can save the town. Just then a scout came flying, all wild with haste and fear. To arms, Sir Council, Lors Porsena is here. On the low hills to westward, the council fixed his eye, and saw the swarthy swarm of dust ride fast along the sky. But the council's brow was sad, and the council's speech was low, and darkly looked he at the wall, and darkly at the foe. Their van will be upon us before the bridge goes down, and if they once may win the bridge, what hope to save the town? Then outspoke brave Horatius, the captain of the gate, to every man upon this earth death cometh soon or late, and how can man die better than facing fearful odds for the ashes of his fathers and the temples of his gods, and for the tender mother who dandled him to rest, and for the wife who nurses his baby at her breast, and for the holy maidens who feed the eternal flame to save them from false Sextus that wrought the deed of shame. Hew down the bridge, Sir Council, with all the speed ye may. I, with 2 more to help me, will hold the foe in play. In yon straight path 1,000 may well be stopped by 3. Now who will stand on either hand and keep the bridge with me? Then outspake Spurius Latius, Aramian proud was he. Lo, I will stand on thy right hand and keep the bridge with thee. And outspake brave Herminius, of Titan blood he was. I will abide on thy left side and keep the bridge with thee. The 3 stood calm and silent and looked upon the foes, and a great shout of laughter from all the vanguard rose. And forth 3 chiefs came spurring before that deep array. To earth they sprang, their swords they drew, and lifted high their shields, and flew to win the narrow way. Annas from green Typherium, lord of the hill of vines, and Cius, whose 800 slaves sicken in Alva's mines, and Picus, long to Clusinium, vassal in peace and war, who led to fight his Umbrian powers, from that grey crag where grit with towers the fortress of Nequinium lowers o'er the pale waves of Nar. Stout Latius hurled down Annas into the stream beneath. Herminius struck at Cius and clove him to the teeth. At Picus brave Horatius darted one fiery thrust, and the proud Umbrium's gilded arms crashed to the bloody dust. Then Ocnus of Phaleria rushed on the Roman 3, and Lausuus of Ergo, the rover of the sea, and Arnus of Vulsinium, who slew the great wild boar that had his den amidst the reed of Cosa's fen, and wasted fields and slaughtered men along Albinia's shore. Herminius smote down Arnus, Latius laid Ocus low, right to the heart of Lausulus Horatius sent a blow. Lie there, he cried, fell pirate, no more aghast and pale. From Ostia's walls the crowd shall mark the track of thy destroying bark. No more Campania's hind shall fly to woods and caverns where they spy thy thrice accursed sail. But now no sound of laughter was heard among the foes. A wild and wrathful clamour from all the vanguard rose. 6 spears' length from the entrance halted that deep array, and for a space no man came forth to win the narrow way. But hark, the cry is Oster, and lo, the ranks divide, and the great lord of Luna comes with his stately stride. Upon his ample shoulders clangs lowered the 4-fold shield, and in his hand he shakes the brand which no one but he can wield. He smiled on those bold Romans, a smile serene and high. He eyed the flinching Tuscans, and scorn was in his eye. Quoth he, the she-wolf's litter stands savagely at bay, but ye will dare to follow if Astur clears the way. Then whirling up his broadsword, with both hands to the height, he rushed against Horatius, and smote with all his might. The shield and blade Horatius right deftly turned the blow. The blow, though turned, came yet too nigh. It missed his helm, but gashed his thigh. The Etruscans raised a cheerful joy to see the red blood flow. He reeled, and on Herminius he leaned one breathing space, then like a wild cat mad with wounds, sprang right at Astur's face. Through teeth and skull and helmet, so fierce a thrust he sped, the good sword stood a handbreadth out behind the Etruscan's head. And the great lord of Luna fell at that deadly stroke, as falls on Mount Avinus a thunder-smitten oak. Far o'er the crashing forest the giant arms lay spread, and the pale augurs muttering low gaze on the blasted head. On Astur's throat Horatius right firmly pressed his heel, and thrice and 4 times tugged amain ere he wrenched out the steel. And see, he cried, the welcome for guest that waits you here. What noble Lucomo comes next to taste our Roman cheer? But at his haughty challenge a sullen murmur ran, mingled with wrath and shame and dread, along that glittering van. There lacked not men of prowess, nor men of lordly race, for all Etruria's noblest were round the fatal place. But all Etruria's noblest felt their hearts sink to see on the earth the bloody corpses in the path of the dauntless 3, and from the ghastly entrance where those bold Romans stood, all shrank like boys who, unaware, ranging a wood to start a hare, come to the mouth of the dark lair, where growling low a fierce old bear lies amidst bone and blood. Was none who would be foremost to lead such dire attack, but those behind cried forward, and those before cried back, and backward now and forward wavers the deep array, and on the tossing sea of steel to and fro the standards reel, and the victorious trumpet peal dies fitfully away. Yet one man, for one moment, strode out before the crowd. Well known he was to all the 3, and they gave him a greeting loud. Now welcome, welcome, Sextus, now welcome to thy home. Why doth thy stand and turn away? Here lies the road to Rome. Thrice looked he at the city, thrice looked he at the dead, and thrice came on in fury, and thrice turned back in dread. And white with fear and hatred, scowled at the narrow way, where wallowing in a pool of blood the brave Tuscans lay. But meanwhile axe and lever had manfully been plied, and now the bridge hangs tottering above the boiling tide. Come back, Horatius! Loud cried the fathers all. Back, Latius, back, Herminius, back ere the ruin fall. Back darted spurious Latius, Herminius darted back, and as they passed beneath their feet, they felt the timbers crack. But when they turned their faces, and on the farther shore saw brave Horatius stand alone, they would have crossed once more. But with a crash like thunder fell every loosened beam, and like a dam the mighty wreck lay right athwart the stream, and a long shout of triumph rose from the walls of Rome, as to the highest turret tops was splashed the yellow foam. And like a horse unbroken, when first he feels the rein, the furious river struggled hard, and tossed his tawny mane, and burst the curb and bounded, rejoicing to be free, and whirling down in fierce career, battlement and plank and pier, rushed headlong to the sea. Alone stood brave Horatius, but constant still in mind, thrice 30,000 foes before, and the broad flood behind. Down with him, cried false Sextus, with a smile on his pale face. Now yield thee, cries Lard Porsena, now yield thee to our grace. Round turned he, as not deigning those craven ranks to see. Naught spake he to Lars Porsena, to Sextus naught spake he. But he saw on Paltinius the white porch of his home, and he spake to the noble river that rolls by the towers of Rome. O Tiber, Father Tiber, to whom all Romans pray, a Roman's life, a Roman's arms, take thou in charge this day. So he spake, and speaking, sheathed the good sword by his side, and with his harness on his back, plunged headlong in the tide. No sound of joy or sorrow was heard from either bank, but friends and foe in dumb surprise, with parted lips and straining eyes, stood gazing where he sank. And when above the surges they saw his crest appear, all Rome sent forth a rapturous cry, and even the ranks of Tuscany could scarce forbear a cheer. But fiercely ran the current, swollen high with months of rain, and fast his blood was flowing, and he was sore in pain, and heavy with his armour, and spent with clanging blows, and oft they thought him sinking, but still again he rose. Never, I ween, did swimmer in such an evil chase struggle through such a raging flood, safe to the landing place. But his limbs were borne up bravely by the brave heart within, and our good father Tiber bare bravely up his chin. Curse on him, quoth false Sextus, not will the villain drown, but for this day, ere close of day, we should have sacked the town. Heaven help him, quoth Lars Porsena, and bring him safe to shore, for such a gallant feat of arms was never seen before. And now he feels the bottom, and now on dry earth he stands, now rounding him throng the fathers to press his gory hands. And now with shouts and clapping, and noise of weeping loud, he enters through the river gate, borne by the joyous crowd. They gave him of the cornland, that was of public right, as much as 2 strong oxen could plough from morn till night. And they made a molten image, and set it up on high, and there it stands unto this day, to witness if I lie. It stands in the comitium, plain for all folk to see, Horatius in his harness, halting upon one knee, and underneath is written, in letters all of gold, how valiantly he kept the bridge in the brave days of old. And still his name sounds stirring unto the men of Rome, at the trumpet's blast that cries to them the charge of Volsicium's home, and wives still pray to Juno for boys with hearts as bold as his who kept the bridge so well in the brave days of old. And in the nights of winter, when the cold north winds blow, and the long howling of the wolves is heard amidst the snow, when round the lonely cottage roars loud the tempest's din, and the good logs of Aldidius roar the louder yet within, when the oldest cask is opened, and the largest lamp is lit, when the chestnuts glow in the embers, and the kid turns on the spit, when young and old in circle around the firebrands close, when the girls are weaving baskets, and the lads are shaping bows, when the good man mends his armour, and trims his helmet's plume, when the good wife's shuttle merrily goes flashing through the loom, with weeping and with laughter still is the story told, how well Horatius kept the bridge in the brave days of old. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. After Blenheim by Robert Southey. From the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox. Recording by John Rushton. It was a summer evening. Old Caspar's work was done, and he before his cottage door was sitting in the sun. And by him sported on the green his little grandchild Wilhelmine. She saw her brother Peterkin roll something large and round, which he beside the rivulet in playing there had found. He came to ask what he'd found that was so large and smooth and round. Old Caspar took it from the boy, who stood expectant by, and then the old man shook his head, and with a natural sigh, "'Tis some poor fellow's skull," said he, "who fell in the great victory. I find them in the garden, for there's many here about, and often when I go to plough, the ploughshare turns them out. For many thousand men," said he, "were slain in that great victory." "Now tell us what 'tis all about," young Peterkin he cries, and little Wilhelmine looks up with wonder-waiting eyes. "Now tell us all about the war, and what they fought each other for." "It was the English," Caspar cried, "who put the French to rout, but what they fought each other for I could not well make out. But everybody said," quoth he, "that 'twas a famous victory. My father lived in Blenheim then, yon little stream hard by. They burned his dwelling to the ground, and he was forced to fly. So with his wife and child he fled, nor had he where to rest his head. With fire and sword the country round was wasted far and wide, and many a childing mother then and new-born baby died. But things like that, you know, must be at every famous victory. They say it was a shocking sight after the field was won, for many thousand bodies here lay rotting in the sun. But things like that, you know, must be after a famous victory. Great praise the Duke of Marlborough won, and our good Prince Eugene. Why, 'twas a very wicked thing, said little Wilhelmine. Nay, nay, my little girl, quoth he, it was a famous victory, and everybody praised the Duke, who this great fight did win. But what good came of it at last? Quoth little Peterkin. Why, that I cannot tell, said he, but 'twas a famous victory. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Lady Clare by Alfred Tennyson. From the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox.org. Recording by John Rushton. It was the time when lilies blow, and clouds are highest up in air. Lord Ronald brought a lily-white doe to give his cousin, Lady Clare. I trow they did not part in scorn, lovers long betrothed they were. They two will wed tomorrow morn, God's blessing on the day. He doth not love me for my birth, nor for my land so broad and fair. He loves me for my own true worth, and that is well, said Lady Clare. In there came old Alice the nurse, said, Who was this that went from thee? It was my cousin, said Lady Clare. Tomorrow he weds with me. O God be thanked, said Alice the nurse, that all comes round so just and fair. Lord Ronald is heir of all your lands, and you are not the Lady Clare. Are ye out your mind, my nurse, said Lady Clare, that ye speak so wild? As God's above, said Alice the nurse, I speak the truth, you are my child. The old Earl's daughter died at my breast. I speak the truth as I lived by bread. I buried her like my own sweet child, and put my child in her stead. Falsely, falsely have ye done. O mother, she said, if this be true, to keep the best man under the sun so many years from his due. Nay now, my child, said Alice the nurse, but keep the secret for your life, and all you have will be Lord Ronald's when you are man and wife. If I am a beggar born, she said, I will speak out, for I dare not lie. Pull off the brooch of gold, and fling the diamond necklace by. Nay now, my child, said Alice the nurse, but keep the secret all ye can. She said, Not so, but I will know, if there be any faith in man. Nay now, what faith, said Alice the nurse, the man will cleave unto his right. And he shall have it, the lady replied, though I should die tonight. Yet give one kiss to your mother dear. Alas, my child, I sinned for thee. O mother, 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 she said, so strange it seems to me. And here's a kiss for my mother dear, if this be so, and lay your hand upon my head, and bless me, mother, ere I go. She clad herself in russet gown, she was no longer Lady Clare. She went by dale and she went by down, with a single rose in her hair. The lily-white doe Lord Ronald had bought, let up from where she lay, dropped her head in the maiden's hand, and followed her all the way. Down stepped Lord Ronald from his tower. O Lady Clare, you shame your worth. Why come you dressed like a village maid, that are the flower of the earth? If I come like a village maid, I am but as my fortunes are. I am a beggar born, she said, and not the Lady Clare. Play me no tricks, said Lord Ronald, for I am yours in word and in deed. Play me no tricks, said Lord Ronald, your riddle is hard to read. Oh, and proudly stood she up, her heart within her did not fail. She looked into Lord Ronald's eyes, and told him all her nurse's tale. He laughed a laugh of merry scorn, and turned and kissed her where she stood. If you are not the heiress born, and I, said he, the next in blood, if you are not the heiress born, and I, said he, the lawful heir, we two will wed tomorrow morn, and you shall still be Lady Clare. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Greenwood Shrift by Robert McCaroline Southey. From the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox. Recording by John Rushton. Outstretched beneath the leafy shade of Windsor's forest deepest glade, a dying woman lay. 3 children round her stood, and there went up from the green wood a woeful wail that day. "O mother," was the mingled cry, "O mother, mother, do not die and leave us all alone." "My blessed babes," she tried to say, but the faint accents died away in a low and sobbing moan. And then, life struggling hard with death, and fast and strong she drew her breath, and up she raised her head, and peering through the deep wood maze, with a long, sharp, unearthly gaze, "Will she not come?" she said. Just then the parting boughs between, a little maid's light form was seen, all breathless with her speed. And following close a man came on, a portly man to look upon, who led a panting steed. "Mother," the little maiden cried, aware she reached the woman's side and kissed her cold clay cheek, "I have not idled in the town, but long went wandering up and down, the minister to seek. They told me here, they told me there, I think they mocked me everywhere. And when I found his home, and begged him on my bended knee to bring his book and come with me, mother, he would not come. I told him how you dying lay, and could not go in peace away without the minister. I begged him, for dear Christ his sake, but oh, my heart was fit to break. Mother, he would not stir. So though my tears were blinding me, I ran back, fast as fast could be, to come again to you. And here, close by, this squire I met, who asked so mild, what made me fret? And when I told him true, I will go with you, child, he said. God sends me to this dying bed. Mother, he's here, hard by. While thus the little maiden spoke, the man, his back against an oak, looked on with glistening eye. The bridle on his neck hung free, with quivering flank and trembling knee pressed close his bonny bay. A statelier man, a statelier steed, never on greensward pace I read, than those stood there that day. So while the little maiden spoke, the man, his back against an oak, looked on with glistening eye, and folded arms, and in his look something that, like a sermon book, preached all is vanity. But when the dying woman's face turned towards him with a wistful gaze, he stepped to where she lay, and kneeling down, bent over her, saying, I am a minister, my sister, let us pray. And well, withouten book or stall, God's words were printed on his soul. Into the dying ear he breathed, 'twas were an angel's strain, that things that unto life pertain, and death's dark shadows clear, he spoke of sinners' lost estate, in Christ's renewed, regenerate, of God's most blessed decree, that not a single soul shall die who turns repentant with a cry, Be merciful to me. He spoke of trouble, pain, toil, endured but for a little while, in patience, faith, and love, sure in God's own good time to be exchanged for an eternity of happiness above. Then, as the spirit ebbed away, he raised his hands and eyes to pray that peaceful it might pass. And then the orphan's sobs alone were heard, and they knelt, every one, close round on the green grass. Such was the sight their wandering eyes beheld, in heart-struck mute surprise, who reined their coursers back, just as they found the long estray, who, in the heat of chase that day, had wandered from their track. But each man reined his pawing steed, and lighted down, as if agreed, in silence at his side. And there, uncovered all, they stood. It was a wholesome sight and good, that day for mortal pride. For the noblest of the land was that deep-hushed, bare-headed band, and, central in the ring, by the dead pauper on the ground, her ragged orphans clinging round, knelt their appointed king. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Arab to His Favourite Steed by Caroline E. Norton. From the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox.org. Recording by John Rushton. My beautiful, that standeth meekly by, with thy proudly arched and glossy neck, and dark and fiery eye, fret not to roam the desert now with all thy winged speed. I may not mount on thee again, thou art sold, my Arab steed. Fret not with that impatient hoof, snuff not the breezy wind. The farther that thou fliest now, so far I am behind. The stranger hath thy bridle rein, thy master hath his gold. Fleet-limbed and beautiful, farewell, thou art sold, my steed, thou art sold. Farewell, those free, untired limbs full many a mile must roam, to reach the chill and wintry sky which clouds the stranger's home. Some other hand, less fond, must now thy corn and bed prepare. Thy silky mane, I braided once, must be another's care. The morning sun shall dawn again, but never more with thee shall I gallop through the desert paths where we were wont to be. Evening shall darken on the earth, and o'er the sandy plain some other steed, with slower step, shall bear me home again. Yes, thou must go, the wild, free breeze, the brilliant sun and sky, thy master's house, from all of these my exiled one must fly. Thy proud dark eye will grow less proud, thy step become less fleet, and vainly shall thy arch thy neck, thy master's hand to meet. Only in sleep shall I behold that dark eye, glancing bright, only in sleep shall I hear again that step so firm and light, and when I raise my dreaming arm to check or cheer thy speed, then must I, starting, wake to feel thou art sold, my Arab steed. Ah, rudely then, unseen by me, some cruel hand may chide, till foam wreaths lie like crested waves along thy panting side, and the rich blood that in thee swells, in thy indignant pain, till careless eyes which rest on thee may count each starting vein. Will they ill use thee, if I thought? But no, it cannot be. Thou art so swift, yet easily curb, so gentle, yet so free. And yet, if haply, when thou art gone, my lonely heart should yearn, can the hand which cast thee from it now command thee to return? Return, alas, my Arab steed, what shall thy master do, when thou, who wast his all of joy, hast vanished from his view, when the dim distance cheats mine eye, and through the gathering tears thy bright form, for a moment, like a false mirage appears. Slow and unmounted shall I roam, with weary step alone, where, with fleet step and joyous bound, thou ofter hast borne me on, and sitting down by that green well, I'll pause and sadly think, it was here he bowed his glossy neck, when last I saw him drink. When last I saw him drink, away the feared dream is o'er, I could not live a day, and know that we should meet no more. They tempted me, my beautiful, for hunger's power is strong. They tempted me, my beautiful, but I have loved too long. Who said that I had given thee up? Who said that thou wast sold? 'Tis false, my Arab steed, I fling them back their gold. Thus I leap upon thy back, and scour the distant plains. Away, who overtakes us now, shall claim thee for his pains. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Old Oaken Bucket by Samuel Woodworth, from the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox. Recording by John Rushton. How dear to this heart are the scenes of my childhood, when fond recollection presents them to view, the orchard, the meadow, the deep-tangled wildwood, and every loved spot which my infancy knew. The wide-spreading pond, and the mill that stood by it, the bridge, and the rock where the cataract fell, the cot of my father, the dairy house nigh it, and e'en the rude bucket that hung in the well, the old oaken bucket, the iron-bound bucket, the moss-covered bucket which hung in the well. That moss-covered vessel I hail as a treasure, for often at noon, when returned from the field, I found it a source of an exquisite pleasure, the purest and sweetest that nature can yield. How ardent I seized it, with hands that were glowing, and quick to the white pebbled bottom it fell. Then soon, with the emblem of truth overflowing, and dripping with coolness, it rose from the well, the old oaken bucket, the iron-bound bucket, the moss-covered bucket arose from the well. How sweet from the green mossy brim to receive it, as poised on the curb it inclined to my lips. Not a full blushing goblet could tempt me to leave it, the brightest that beauty or revelry sips. And now, far removed from the loved habitation, the tear of regret will intrusively swell, as fancy reverts to my father's plantation, and sighs for the bucket that hangs in the well. The old oaken bucket, the iron-bound bucket, the moss-covered bucket that hangs in the well. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lochinvar by Sir Walter Scott, from the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox.org by Lynda Cantoni. O young Lochinvar is come out of the west. Through all the wide border his steed was the best. And save his good broadsword, he weapons had none. He rode all unarmed, and he rode all alone. So faithful in love, and so dauntless in war, there never was knight like the young Lochinvar. He stayed not for brake, and he stopped not for stone. He swam the Esk River, where ford there was none. But ere he alighted at Netherby gate, the bride had consented, the gallant came late. For a laggard in love, and a dastard in war, was to wed the fair Ellen of brave Lochinvar. So boldly he entered the Netherby hall, 'mong bridesmen and kinsmen, and brothers and all. Then spoke the bride's father, his hand on his sword, for the poor craven bridegroom said never a word. "Oh, come ye in peace here, or come ye in war, or to dance at our bridal, young Lord Lochinvar?" "I long wooed your daughter, my suit you denied. Love swells like the Solway, but ebbs like its tide. And now I am come, with this lost love of mine, to lead but one measure, drink one cup of wine. There are maidens in Scotland more lovely by far, that would gladly be bride to the young Lochinvar." The bride kissed the goblet, the knight took it up. He quaffed off the wine, and he threw down the cup. She looked down to blush, and she looked up to sigh, with a smile on her lips and a tear in her eye. He took her soft hand ere her mother could bar. "Now tread we a measure," said young Lochinvar. So stately his form, and so lovely her face, that never a hall such a galliard did grace. While her mother did fret, and her father did fume, and the bridegroom stood dangling his bonnet and plume. And the bride-maidens whispered, "'Twere better by far to have matched our fair cousin with young Lochinvar." One touch to her hand, and one in her ear, when they reached the hall door, and the charger stood near. So light to the croup the fair lady he swung, so light to the saddle before her he sprung. "She is won! We are gone over bank, bush, and scar. They'll have fleet steeds that follow," quoth young Lochinvar. There was mounting 'mong Grahams of the Netherby clan, Foresters, Fenwicks, and Musgraves, they rode and they ran. There was racing and chasing on Cannobie Lee, but the lost bride of Netherby ne'er did they see. So daring in love, and so dauntless in war, have ye e'er heard of gallant like young Lochinvar? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Lynda Cantoni.
The Skeleton in Armour by Henry W. Longfellow. From the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox.org. Recording by John Rushton. Speak, speak, thou fearful guest, who with thy hollow breast still in rude armour dressed, comest to daunt me, wrapped not in eastern balms, but with thy fleshless palms stretched, as if asking alms, why dost thou haunt me? Then from those cavernous eyes pale flashes seem to rise, as when the northern skies gleam in December, and, like the waters flow under December's snow, came a dull voice of woe from the heart's chamber. I was a Viking old, my deeds, though manifold, no skald in song has told, no saga taught thee. Take heed that in thy verse thou dost the tale rehearse, else dread a dead man's curse, for this I sought thee. Far in a northern land, by the wild Baltic strand, I with my childish hand tamed a gerfalcon, and with my skates fast bound skimmed the half-frozen sound that a poor whimpering hound trembled to walk on. Oft to his frozen lair tracked I the grizzly bear, while from my path the hare fled like a shadow. Oft through the forest dark followed the werewolf's bark, until the soaring lark sang from the meadow. But when I older grew, joining a corsair's crew, o'er the dark sea I flew with the marauders. Wild was the life we led, many the souls that sped, many the hearts that bled by our stern orders. Many a wassail bout wore the long winter out, often our midnight shout set the cocks crowing, as we the berserker's tale, measured in cups of ale, drained the oaken pail filled to overflowing. Once as I told in glee tales of the stormy sea, soft eyes did gaze on me, burning yet tender, and as the white stars shine on the dark Norway pine, on that dark heart of mine fell their soft splendour. I wooed the blue-eyed maid, yielding yet half afraid, and in the forest shade our vows were plighted. Under its loosened vest fluttered her little breast, like birds within their nest by the hawk frightened. Bright in her father's hall, shields gleamed upon the wall, loud sang the minstrels all, chanting his glory. When of old Hildebrand I asked his daughter's hand, mute did the minstrel stand to hear my story. While the brown ale he quaffed, loud then the champion laughed, and as the wind gust waft the sea foam brightly, so the loud laugh of scorn from those lips unshorn, from the deep drinking horn blew the foam lightly. She was a prince's child, and I but a Viking wild. Though she blushed and smiled, I was discarded. Should not the dove so white follow the sea mule's flight? Why did they leave that night her nest unguarded? Scarce had I put to sea, bearing the maid with me, fairest of all was she among the Norsemen, when on the white sea strand, waving his armed hand, we saw Hildebrand with 20 horsemen. They launched then to the blast, bent like a reed each mast, yet we were gaining fast when the wind failed us. And with a sudden flaw came round the gusty score, so that our foe we saw laughed as he hailed us. And as to catch the gale, round veered the flapping sail. Death was the helmsman hail, death without quarter. Midships with her iron keel, struck were her ribs of steel, down her black hull did reel through the black water. As with his wings aslant sails the fierce cormorant, seeking some rocky haunt with his prey laden, so towards open main, beating to sea again, through the wild hurricane, bore I the maiden. 3 weeks we westward bore, and when the storm was o'er, cloud-like we saw the shore, stretching to leeward. There, for my lady's bower, built I the lofty tower, to which this very hour stands looking seaward. There lived we many years. Time dried the maiden's tears. She had forgotten her fears. She was a mother. Death closed her mild blue eyes. Under that tower she lies. Ne'er shall the sun arise on such another. Still grew my bosom then, still as a stagnant fen. Hateful to me were men, the sunlight hateful. In the vast forest here, clad in my warlike gear, fell I upon my spear. Oh, death was grateful. Thus seemed with many scars, bursting these prison bars, up to its native stars my soul ascended. There, from the flowing bowl, deep drinks the warrior's soul. Skoal to the Northland, skoal. Thus the tale ended. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Deserted Village by Oliver Goldsmith, from the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox. Recording by Larry Wilson. Sweet Auburn, loveliest village of the plain, where health and plenty cheered the laboring swain, where smiling spring its earliest visit paid, and parting summer's lingering blooms delayed. Dear lovely bowers of innocence and ease, seats of my youth, when every sport could please. How often I have loitered o'er thy green, where humble happiness endeared each scene. How often have I paused on every charm, the sheltered cot, the cultivated farm, the never failing brook, the busy mill, the decent church that topped the neighboring hill, the hawthorn bush that seats beneath the shade, for talking age and whispering lovers maid. How often when I have blessed the coming day, when toil remitting lent its turn to play, and all the village strain from labor free, led up their sports beneath the spreading tree, while many a pastime circled in the shade, the young contending as the old surveyed. And many a gambol frolicked o'er the ground, and sleights of art and feats of strength went round. And still as each repeated pleasure tried, succeeding sports the mirthful band inspired. The dancing pair that simply sought to renown, by holding out to tire each other down. The swain mistrustless of his smutted face, while secret laughter tittered round the place. The bashful virgin's sidelong looks of love, the matron's glance that would those looks reprove. These were thy charms, sweet village, sports like these with sweet succession taught e'en toil to please. These round thy bowers their cheerful influence shed. These were thy charms, but all these charms are fled. Sweet smiling village, loveliest of the lawn, thy sports are fled, and all thy charms withdrawn. Amidst thy bowers the tyrant's hand is seen, and desolation saddens all thy green. One only master grasps the whole domain, and half a tillage stints thy smiling plain. No more thy glassy brook reflects the day, but choked with sedges works its weedy way. Along thy glades a solitary guest, the hollow sounding bittern guards its nest. Amidst thy desert walks the lapwing flies, and tires their echoes with unvaried cries. Sunk are thy bowers in shapeless ruin all, and the long grass o'ertops the mouldering wall. And trembling, shrinking from the spoiler's hand, far, far away thy children leave the land. Ill fares the land to hastening ills of prey, where wealth accumulates and men decay. Princes and lords may flourish or may fade, a breath can make them, as a breath has made. But a bold peasantry, their country's pride, when once destroyed, can never be supplied. A time there was, ere England's griefs began, when every rood of ground maintained its man. For him light labor spread her wholesome store, just gave what life required, but gave no more. His best companions, innocence and health, and his best riches, ignorance of wealth. But times are altered. Trade's unfeeling train usurp the land, and dispossess the swain. Along the lawn, where scattered hamlets rose, unwieldy wealth and cumbrous pomp repose, and every want to opulence allied, and every pang that folly pays to pride. These gentle hours that plenty bade to bloom, those calm desires that asked but little room, those healthful sports that graced the peaceful scene, lived in each look, and brightened all the green. These far departing seek a kinder shore, and rural mirth and manners are no more. Sweet Auburn, parent of the blissful hour, thy glades forlorn confess the tyrant's power. Here, as I take my solitary rounds amidst thy tangling walks and ruined grounds, and many a year elapsed return to view where once the cottage stood, the hawthorn grew. Remembrance wakes with all her busy train, swells at my breast and turns the past to pain. In all my wanderings round this world of care, in all my griefs, and God has given my share, I still had hopes, my latest hours to crown, amidst these humble bowers to lay me down, to husband out life's taper at the close, and keep the flame from wasting by repose. I still had hopes, for pride attends us still, amidst the swains to show my book learned skill, around my fire an evening group to draw, and tell of all I felt and all I saw. And as a hare, whom hounds and horns pursue, pants to the place from whence at first she flew, I still had hopes, my long vexations past, here to return, and die at home at last. O blest retirement, friend of life's decline, retreats from care that never must be mine! How happy he who crowns in shades like these a youth of labor with an age of ease! Who quits a world where strong temptations try, and since 'tis hard to combat, learns to fly. For him no wretches, born to work and weep, explore the mine, or tempt the dangerous deep. No surly porter stands in guilty state to spurn imploring famine from the gate. But on the moves to meet his latter end, angels, around befriending virtue's friend, bends to the grave with unperceived decay, while resignation gently slopes the way. And all his prospects brightening to the last, his heaven commences ere the world be past. Sweet was the sound when oft at evening's close Up yonder hill the village murmur rose. There as I passed with careless steps and slow, The mingling notes came softened from below. The swain responsive as the milkmaid sung, The sober herd that lowed to meet their young, The noisy geese that gabbled o'er the pool, The playful children just let loose from school, The watch dog's voice that bayed the whispering wind, And the loud laugh that spoke the vacant mind. These all in sweet confusion sought the shade, And filled each pause the nightingale had made. But now the sounds of population fail, No cheerful murmurs fluctuate in the gale, No busy steps the grass grown footway tread, But all the bloomy flush of life is fled. All but you widowed solitary thing, That feebly bends beside the plashy spring. She, wretched matron, forced in age for bread To strip the brook with mantling cresses spread, To pick her wintry faggot from the thorn, To seek her nightly shed, and weep till morn. She only left, of all the harmless train, The sad historian of the pensive plain. Near yonder copse where once the garden smiled, And still where many a garden flower grows wild, There where a few torn shrubs the place disclose, The village preacher's modest mansion rose. A man he was to all the country dear, And passing rich with £40 a year. Remote from towns he ran his godly race, Nor e'er had changed nor wished to change his place. Unpractised he to fawn or seek for power, By doctrines fashioned to the varying hour. Far other aims his heart had learned to prize, More skilled to raise the wretched than to rise. His house was known to all the vagrant train, His chid their wanderings, but relieved their pain. The long remembered beggar was his guest, Whose beard descending swept his aged breast. The ruined spendthrift, now no longer proud, Claimed kindred there, and had his claims allowed. The broken soldier, kindly bade to stay, Sat by his fire and talked the night away. Wept o'er his wounds, or tales of sorrow done, Shouldered his crutch, and showed how fields were won. Past with his guests the good man learned to glow, And quite forgot their vices in their woe. Careless their merits or their faults to scan, His pity gave ere charity began. Thus to relieve the wretched was his pride, And e'en his failings leaned to virtue's side. But in his duty prompt at every call, He watched and wept, he prayed and felt for all. And as a bird each found endearment tries To tempt its new fledged offspring to the skies. He tried each art, reproved each dull delay, Allured to brighter worlds, and led the way. Beside the bed where parting life was laid, And sorrow, guilt, and pain by turns dismayed, The reverend champion stood. At his control Despair and anguish fled the struggling soul. Comfort came down the trembling wretch to raise, And his last faltering accents whispered praise. At church, with meek and unaffected grace, His looks adorned the venerable place. Truth from his lips prevailed with double sway, And fools who came to scoff remained to pray. The service passed round the pious man, With steady zeal each honest rustic man. E'en children followed with endearing wile, And plucked his gown to share the good man's smile. His ready smile a parent's warmth expressed, Their welfare pleased him, and their cares distressed. To them his heart, his love, his griefs were given, But all his serious thoughts had rest in heaven. As some tall cliff that lifts its awful form Swells from the vale, the midway leaves the storm. Though round its breast the rolling clouds are spread, Eternal sunshine settles on its head. Beside yon straggling fence that skirts the way, With blossomed firs unprofitably gay, There in his noisy mansion, skilled to rule, The village master taught his little school. A man severe he was, and stern to view. I knew him well, and every truant knew. Well had the boding tremblers learned to trace The day's disasters in his morning face. Full well they laughed with counterfeited glee At all his jokes, for many a joke had he. Full well the busy whisper, circling round, Conveyed the dismal tidings when he frowned. Yet he was kind, or of severe in aught, The love he bore to learning was in fault. The village all declared how much he knew. 'Twas certain he could write and cipher too. Lands he could measure, terms and tides presage, and e'en the story ran that he could gauge. In arguing too the parson owned his skill, for even though the vanquished he could argue still, while words of learned link and thundering sound amazed the gazing rustics ranged around. And still they gazed, and still the wonder grew, that one small head could carry all he knew. But past is all his fame. The very spot where many a time he triumphed is forgot. Near yonder thorn that lifts its head on high, where once the signpost caught the passing eye, low lies that house where nut brown draughts inspired, where graybeard mirth and smiling toil retired, where village statesmen talked with looks profound, and news much older than their ale went round. Imagination fondly stoops to trace the parlor splendors of that festive place. The whitewashed wall, the nicely sanded floor, the varnished clock that clicked behind the door, the chest contrived a double debt to pay, a bed by night, a chest of drawers by day, the pictures placed for ornament and use, the 12 good rules, the royal game of goose, the hearth, except when winter chilled the day, with aspen boughs and flowers and fennel gay, while broken teacups wisely kept for show, ranged o'er the chimney, glistened in a row. Vain transitory splendors could not all reprieve the tottering mansion from its fall. Obscure it sinks, nor shall it more impart an hour's importance to the poor man's heart. Thither no more the peasant shall repair, to sweet oblivion of his daily care. No more the farmer's news, the barber's tale, no more the woodman's ballad shall prevail. No more the smith his dusky brow shall clear, relax his ponderous strength, and lean to hear. The host himself no longer shall be found, careful to see the mantling bliss go round, nor the coy maid, half willing to be pressed, shall kiss the cup to pass it to the rest. Yes, let the rich deride, the proud disdain, these simple blessings of the lowly train. To me more dear, congenial to my heart, one native charm than all the gloss of art. Spontaneous joys, where nature had its play, the soul adopts and owns their firstborn sway. Lightly they frolic o'er the vacant mind, unenvied, unmolested, unconfined. But the long pomp, the midnight masquerade, with all the freaks of wanton wealth arrayed, in these, ere triflers half their wish obtain, the toiling pleasure sickens into pain. And e'en while fashion's brightest arts decoy, the heart, distrusting, asks if this be joy. Ye friends to truth, ye statesmen who survey the rich man's joys increase, the poor's decay. 'Tis yours to judge how wide the limits stand between a splendid and a happy land. Proud swells the tide with loads of freighted ore, and shouting Folly hales them from her shore. Hoards e'en beyond the miser's wish abound, and rich men flock from all the world around, yet count our gains. This wealth is but a name, that leaves our useful products still the same. Not so the loss. The man of wealth and pride takes up a space that many poor supplied. Space for his sake, his park's extended bounds, space for his horses, equipage, and hounds. The robe that wraps his limbs in silken sloth has robbed the neighboring fields of half their growth. His seat where solitary sports are seen indignant spurns the cottage from the green. Around the world each needful product flies, for all the luxuries the world supplies. While thus the land adorned for pleasure, all in barren splendor, feebly waits the fall. As some fair female, unadorned and plain, secure to please while youth confirms her reign, slights every borrowed charm that dress supplies, nor shares with art the triumph of her eyes. But when those charms are past, for charms are frail, when time advances, and when lovers fail, she then shines forth solicitous to bless in all the glaring impotence of dress. Thus fares the land by luxury betrayed, in nature's simplest charms at first arrayed. But verging to decline, its splendors rise, its vistas strike, its palaces surprise. While scourged by famine from the smiling land, the mournful peasant leads his humble band. And while he sinks without one arm to save, the country blooms, a garden and a grave. Where then, ah, where shall poverty reside, to 'scape the pressure of contiguous pride? If to some common's fenceless limit strayed, he drives his flock to pick the scanty blade. Those fenceless fields the sons of wealth divide, and even the bare worn common is denied. If to the city sped, what waits him there? To see profusion that he must not share, to see 10,000 baneful arts combined to pamper luxury and thin mankind. To see these joys the sons of pleasure know extorted from his fellow creature's woe. Here, while the courtier glitters in brocade, there the pale artist plies his sickly trade. Here, while the proud their long-drawn pomp display, there the black gibbet glooms beside the way, the dome where pleasure holds her midnight reign. Here, richly decked amidst the gorgeous train, tumultuous grandeur crowds the blazing square, the rattling chariots clasp, the torches glare. Sure, scenes like these no troubles e'er annoy, sure these denote one universal joy. Are these thy serious thoughts? Ah, turn thine eyes where the poor, houseless, shivering female lies. She once perhaps in village plenty blest, has wept at tales of innocence distressed. Her modest looks the cottage might adorn, sweet as the primrose peeps beneath the thorn. Now lost to all, her friends, her virtue fled, near her betrayer's door she lays her head, and pinched with cold and shrinking from the shower, with heavy heart deplores that luckless hour, when idly first, ambitious of the town, she left her wheel and robes of country brown. Do thine, sweet Auburn, thine the loveliest train, do thy fair tribes participate her pain? E'en now, perhaps, by cold and hunger led, at proud men's doors they ask a little bread. Ah, no, to distant climes, a dreary scene, where half the convex world intrudes between. Through torrid tracts with fainting steps they go, where wild Altima murmurs to their woe. Far different there from all that charmed before, the various terrors of that horrid shore. Those blazing suns that dart a downward ray, and fiercely shed intolerable day. Those matted woods where birds forget to sing, but silent bats in drowsy clusters cling. Those poisonous fields, with rank luxuriance crowned, where the dark scorpion gathers death around, where at each step the stranger fears to wake the rattling terrors of the vengeful snake, where crouching tigers wait their hapless prey, and savage men, more murderous still than they, while oft in whirls the mad tornado flies, mingling the ravaged landscape with the skies. Far different these from every former scene, the cooling brook, the grassy vested green, the breezy covert of the warbling grove, that only sheltered thefts of harmless love. Good Heaven! what sorrows gloomed that parting day, that called them from their native walks away, when the poor exiles, every pleasure past, hung round their bowers, and fondly looked their last, and took a long farewell, and wished in vain for seats like these beyond the western main. And shuddering still to face the distant deep, returned and wept, and still returned to weep. The good old sire, the first prepared to go to new found worlds, and wept for others' woe. But for himself, in conscious virtue brave, he only wished for worlds beyond the grave. His lovely daughter, lovelier in her tears, the fond companion of his helpless years, silent went next, neglectful of her charms, and left a lover's for her father's arms. With louder plaints the mother spoke her woes, and blessed the cot where every pleasure rose, and kissed her thoughtless babes with many a tear, and clasped them close, in sorrow doubly dear. Whilst her fond husband strove to lend relief in all the silent manliness of grief. O luxury, thou cursed by Heaven's decree! How ill exchanged are things like these for thee! How do thy potions with insidious joy diffuse their pleasures, only to destroy? Kingdoms by thee to sickly greatness grown boast of a florid vigor not their own. At every draught more large and large they grow, a bloated mass of rank unwieldy woe, till sapped their strength in every part unsound, down, down they sink, and spread a ruin round. E'en now the devastation is begun, and half the business of destruction done. E'en now, methinks, as pondering here I stand, I see the rural virtues leave the land. Down where yon anchoring vessel spreads the sail, that idly waiting flaps with every gale, downward they move a melancholy band, pass from shore and darken all the strand. Contented toil and hospitable care, and kind connubial tenderness are there, and piety with wishes placed above, and steady loyalty and faithful love. And thou, sweet Poetry, thou loveliest maid, still first to fly where sensual joys invade, unfit in these degenerate times of shame to catch the heart or strike for honest fame. Dear charming nymph, neglected and decried, my shame in crowds, my solitary pride. Thou source of all my bliss and all my woe, that foundest me poor at first, and keep'st me so. Thou guide by which the nobler arts excel, thou nurse of every virtue, fare thee well. Farewell! And oh, where'er thy voice be tried, on Torno's cliffs or Pambamarca's side, whether where equinoctial fervors glow, or winter wraps the polar world in snow, still let thy voice, prevailing over time, redress the rigors of the inclement clime. Aid slighted truth with thy persuasive train, teach erring man to spurn the rage of gain. Teach him that states of native strength possessed, though very poor, may still be very blessed. That trade's proud empire hastes to swift decay, as ocean sweeps the labored mole away, while self-dependent power can time defy, as rocks resist the billows and the sky. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Wreck of the Hesperus by Henry W. Longfellow. From the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox. Recording by John Rushton. It was the schooner Hesperus that sailed the wintry sea, and the skipper had taken his little daughter to bear him company. Blue were her eyes as the fairy flax, her cheeks like the dawn of day, and her bosom white as a hawthorn's buds that ope in the month of May. The skipper he stood beside the helm, his pipe was in his mouth, and he watched how the veering flaw did blow the smoke now west, now south. Then up spake an old sailor, had sailed the Spanish main, I pray thee put into yonder port, for I fear a hurricane. Last night the moon had a golden ring, and tonight no moon we see. The skipper he blew a whiff from his pipe, and a scornful laugh laughed he. Colder and colder blew the wind, a gale from the northeast. The snow fell hissing in the brine, and the billows frothed like yeast. Down came the storm and smote amain, the vessel in its strength. She shuddered and paused like a frightened steed, then leaped her cable's length. Come hither, my little daughter, and do not tremble so, for I can weather the roughest gale that ever wind did blow. He wrapped her warm in his seaman's coat, against the stinging blast. He cut a rope from a broken spar, and bound her to the mast. O father, I hear the church bells ring, O say what may it be? 'Tis a fog bell on a rock-bound coast, and he steered for open sea. O father, I hear the sound of guns, O say what may it be? Some ship in distress that cannot live in such an angry sea. O father, I see a gleaming light, O say what may it be? But the father answered never a word, a frozen corpse was he. Lashed to the helm, all stiff and stark, with his face turned to the skies, the lantern gleamed through gleaming snow on his fixed and glassy eyes. Then the maiden clasped her hands and prayed, that saved that she might be, and she thought of Christ who stilled the waves on the lake of Galilee. And fast through the midnight dark and drear, through the whistling sleet and snow, like a sheeted ghost the vessel swept towards the reef of Norman's Woe. And ever the fitful gusts between, a sound came from the land. It was the sound of the trampling surf on the rocks and the hard sea sand. The breakers were right beneath her bows. She drifted a dreary wreck, and a whooping billow swept the crew like icicles from her deck. She struck where the white and fleecy waves looked soft as carded wool, but the cruel rocks that gored her side like the horns of an angry bull. Her rattling shrouds, all sheathed in ice, with the masts went by the board. Like a vessel of glass she stove and sank. Ho, ho, the breakers roared. At daybreak, on the bleak sea beach, a fisherman stood aghast, to see the form of a maiden fair, lashed close to a drifting mast. The sea salt was frozen on her breast, the salt tears in her eyes, and he saw her hair, like the brown seaweed, on the billows fall and rise. Such was the wreck of the Hesperus, in the midnight and the snow. Christ save us all from a death like this, on the reef of Norman's woe. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Rime of the Ancient Mariner by Samuel Taylor Coleridge. From the Junior Classics, Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New. Read for LibriVox.org by Phil Schempf. Part 1. It is an ancient mariner, and he stoppeth one of three. By thy long grey beard and glittering eye, now wherefore stoppest thou me? The bridegroom's doors are open wide, and I am the next of kin. The guests are met, the feast is set, mayest hear the merry din. He holds him with his skinny hand. There was a ship, quoth he. Hold off, unhand me, grey-beard loon. Eftsoons his hand dropped he. He holds him with his glittering eye. The wedding guest stood still, and listens like a 3 years' child. The mariner hath his will. The wedding guest sat on a stone, he cannot choose but hear. And thus spake on that ancient man, the bright-eyed mariner. The ship was cheered, the harbour cleared, merrily did we drop. Below the kirk, below the hill, below the lighthouse top. The sun came up upon the left, out of the sea came he, and he shone bright, and on the right went down into the sea. Higher and higher every day, till over the mast at noon. The wedding guest here beat his breast, for he heard the loud bassoon. The bride hath paced into the hall, red as a rose is she. Nodding their heads before her goes the merry minstrelsy. The wedding guest he beat his breast, yet he cannot choose but hear. And thus spake on that ancient man, the bright-eyed mariner. And now the storm blast came, and he was tyrannous and strong. He struck with his o'ertaking wings and chased us south along, with sloping masts and dipping prow, as who pursued with yell and blow still treads the shadow of his foe, and forward bends his head. The ship drove fast, loud roared the blast, and southward aye we fled. And now there came both mist and snow, and it grew wondrous cold, and ice mast high came floating by, as green as emerald. And through the drifts the snowy cliffs did send a dismal sheen, nor shapes of men nor beasts we ken, the ice was all between. The ice was here, the ice was there, the ice was all around. It cracked and growled and roared and howled like noises in a swoon. At length did cross an albatross, thorough the fog it came. As if it had been a Christian soul, we hailed it in God's name. It ate the food it ne'er had eat, and round it flew. The ice did split with a thunder fit, and the helmsman steered us through. And a good south wind sprung up behind, and the albatross did follow. And every day for food or play came to the mariners, hallo. In mist or cloud, on mast or shroud, it perched for vespers 9. Whiles all the night, through fog smoke white, glimmered the white moonshine. God save thee, ancient mariner, from the fiends that plague thee thus. Why look'st thou so? With my crossbow I shot the albatross. Part 2. The sun now rose upon the right, out of the sea came he, still hid a mist, and on the left went down into the sea. And the good south wind still blew behind, but no sweet bird did follow, nor any day for food or play came to the mariner's hollo. And I had done a hellish thing, and it would work 'em woe, for all averred I had killed the bird that made the breeze to blow. Ah, wretch, said they, the bird to slay that made the breeze to blow. Nor dim nor red, like God's own head, the glorious sun uprist. Then all averred I had killed the bird that brought the fog and mist. 'Twas right, said they, such birds to slay that bring the fog and mist. The fair breeze blew, the white foam flew, the furrow followed free. We were the first that ever burst into that silent sea. Down dropped the breeze, the sail dropped down, 'twas sad as sad could be. And we did speak only to break the silence of the sea. All in a hot and copper sky, the bloody sun at noon, right up above the mast did stand, no bigger than the moon. Day after day, day after day we struck, nor breath nor motion, as idle as a painted ship upon a painted ocean. Water, water everywhere, and all the boards did shrink. Water, water everywhere, nor any drop to drink. The very deep did rot, O Christ, that ever this should be. Yet slimy things did crawl with legs upon the slimy sea. About, about, in reel and rout, the death fires danced at night. The water like a witch's oils burnt green and blue and white. And some in dreams assured were of the spirit that plagued us so. 9 fathom deep he had followed us from the land of mist and snow. And every tongue, though utter drought, was withered at the root. We could not speak, no more than if we had been choked with soot. Ah, well a day, what evil looks had I from old and young. Instead of the cross, the albatross about my neck was hung. Part 3. There passed a weary time. Each throat was parched and glazed each eye. A weary time, a weary time. How glazed each weary eye, when looking westward I beheld a something in the sky. At first it seemed a little speck, and then it seemed a mist. It moved and took at last a certain shape I wist. A speck, a mist, a shape I wist, and still it neared and neared. And if it dodged a water sprite, it plunged and tacked and veered. With throats unslaked, with black lips baked, we could nor laugh nor wail. Through utter drought all dumb we stood. I bit my arm and sucked the blood, and cried, "A sail! A sail!" With throats unslaked, with black lips baked, agape they heard me call. Gramercy they for joy did grin, and all at once their breath drew in, as they were drinking all. See, see, I cried, she tacks no more, hither to work us weal. Without a breeze, without a tide, she steadies with upright keel. The western wave was all aflame, the day was well nigh done. Almost upon the western wave rested the broad bright sun, when that strange shape drove suddenly betwixt us and the sun. And straight the sun was flecked with bars, heaven's mother send us grace, as if through a dungeon grate he peered, with broad and burning face. Alas, thought I, and my heart beat loud, how fast she nears and nears. Are those her sails that glance in the sun like restless gossameres? Are those her ribs through which the sun did peer as through a grate? And is that woman all her crew? Is that a death? And are there two? Is death that woman's mate? Her lips were red, her looks were free, her locks were yellow as gold, her skin was white as leprosy. The nightmare life and death was she, who thicks man's blood with cold. The naked hulk alongside came, and the twain were casting dice. The game is done, I have won, I have won, quoth she, and whistles thrice. The sun's rim dips, the stars rush out. At one stride comes the dark. With far-heard whisper o'er the sea, off shot the spectre bark. We listened, and looked sideways up. Fear at my heart, as at a cup my life-blood seemed to sip. The stars were dim, and thick the night. The steersman's face by his lamp gleamed white. From the sails the dew did drip, till clomb above the eastern bar the horned moon with one bright star within the nether tip. One after one by the star-dogged moon, too quick for groan or sigh, each turned his face with a ghastly pang, and cursed me with his eye. 4 times 50 living men, and I heard nor sigh nor groan. With heavy thump, a lifeless lump, they dropped down one by one. The souls did from their bodies fly, they fled to bliss or woe, and every soul it passed me by, like the whiz of my crossbow. Part 4. I fear thee, ancient mariner, I fear thy skinny hand, and thou art long and lank and brown, as is the ribbed sea sand. I fear thee and thy glittering eye, and thy skinny hand so brown. Fear not, thou wedding guest, this body dropped not down. Alone, alone, all alone, alone on a wide, wide sea, and never a saint took pity on my soul in agony. The many men so beautiful, and they all dead did lie, and 1,000 slimy things lived on, and so did I. I looked upon the rotting sea, and drew my eyes away. I looked upon the rotting deck, and there the dead men lay. I looked to heaven and tried to pray, but or ever a prayer had gushed, a wicked whisper came, and made my heart as dry as dust. I closed my lids, and kept them closed, and the balls like pulses beat. For the sky and the sea, and the sea and the sky lay like a load on my weary eye, and the dead were at my feet. The cold sweat melted from their limbs, nor rot nor reek did they. The look with which they looked on me had never passed away. An orphan's curse would drag to hell a spirit from on high, but oh, more horrible than that is the curse in a dead man's eye. 7 days, 7 nights, I saw that curse, and yet I could not die. The moving moon went up the sky, and nowhere did abide. Softly she was going up, and a star or two beside. Her beams bemocked the sultry main, like April hoarfrost spread. But where the ship's huge shadow lay, the charmed water burnt alway, a still and awful red. Beyond the shadow of the ship I watched the water snakes. They moved in tracks of shining white, and when they reared, the elfish light fell off in hoary flakes. Within the shadow of the ship I watched their rich attire. Blue, glossy green, and velvet black, they coiled and swam, and every track was a flash of golden fire. O happy living things! No tongue their beauty might declare. A spring of love gushed from my heart, and I blessed them unaware. Sure my kind saint took pity on me, and I blessed them unaware. The self-same moment I could pray, and from my neck so free, the albatross fell off, and sank like lead into the sea. Part 5. O sleep, it is a gentle thing, beloved from pole to pole. To Mary Queen the praise be given, she sent the gentle sleep from heaven that slid into my soul. The silly buckets on the deck that had so long remained, I dreamt that they were filled with dew, and when I awoke it rained. My lips were wet, my throat was cold, my garments all were dank. Sure I had drunken in my dreams, and still my body drank. I moved, and could not feel my limbs, I was so light. Almost I thought that I had died in sleep, and was a blessed ghost. and soon I heard a roaring wind. It did not come anear, but with its sound it shook the sails that were so thin and sere. The upper air burst into life, and 100 fire flags sheen. To and fro they were hurried about, and to and fro, and in and out, the wan stars danced between. And the coming wind did roar more loud, and the sails did sigh like sedge. And the rain poured down from one black cloud, the moon was at its edge. The thick black cloud was cleft, and still the moon was at its side. Like water shot from some high crag, the lightning fell with never a jag, a river steep and wide. The loud wind never reached the ship, yet now the ship moved on. Beneath the lightning and the moon, the dead men gave a groan. They groaned, they stirred, they all uprose, nor spake nor moved their eyes. It had been strange, even in a dream, to have seen those dead men rise. The helmsman steered, the ship moved on, yet never a breeze up blew. The mariners all 'gan work the ropes, where they were wont to do. They raised their limbs like lifeless tools. We were a ghastly crew. The body of my brother's son stood by me, knee to knee. The body and I pulled at one rope, but he said naught to me. I fear thee, ancient mariner. Be calm, thou wedding guest. 'Twas not those souls that fled in pain, which to their courses came again, but a troop of spirits blest. For when it dawned, they dropped their arms, and clustered round the mast. Sweet sounds rose slowly through their mouths, and from their bodies passed. Around, around, flew each sweet sound, then darted to the sun. Slowly the sounds came back again, now mixed, now one by one. Sometimes a dropping from the sky, I heard the skylark sing. Sometimes all little birds that are, how they seemed to fill the sea and air with their sweet jargoning. And now 'twas like all instruments, now like a lonely flute, and now it is an angel's song that makes the heavens be mute. It ceased, yet still the sails made on a pleasant noise till noon, a noise like of a hidden brook in the leafy month of June, that to the sleeping woods all night singeth a quiet tune. Till noon we quietly sailed on, yet never a breeze did breathe. Slowly and smoothly went the ship, moved onward from beneath. Under the keel, 9 fathom deep, from the land of mist and snow, the spirit slid, and it was he that made the ship to go. The sails at noon left off their tune, and the ship stood still also. The sun, right up above the mast, had fixed her to the ocean, but in a minute she 'gan stir with a short, uneasy motion. Backwards and forwards half her length with a short, uneasy motion. Then like a pawing horse let go, she made a sudden bound. It flung the blood into my head, and I fell down in a swound. How long in that same fit I lay, I have not to declare. But ere my living life returned, I heard and in my soul discerned 2 voices in the air. Is it he, quoth one, is this the man, by him who died on cross? With his cruel bow he laid full low the harmless albatross. The spirit who bideth by himself in the land of mist and snow. He loved the bird that loved the man who shot him with his bow. The other was a softer voice, as soft as honey-dew. Quoth he, the man hath penance done, and penance more will do. Part 6. First Voice. But tell me, speak again, that soft response renewing. What makes that ship drive on so fast? What is the ocean doing? Second Voice. Still as a slave before his lord, the ocean hath no blast. His great bright eye most silently up to the moon is cast. If he may know which way to go, for she guides him, smooth or grim. See, brother, see, how graciously she looketh down on him. First Voice. But why drives on that ship so fast, without or wave or wind? Second Voice. The air is cut away before, and closes from behind. Fly, brother, fly, more high, or we shall be belated. For slow and slow that ship will go, when the mariner's trance is abated. I woke, and we were sailing on, as in a gentle weather. 'Twas night, calm night, the moon was high, the dead men stood together. All stood together on the deck, for a charnel dungeon fitter. All fixed on me their stony eyes, that in the moon did glitter. The pang, the curse, with which they died, had never passed away. I could not draw my eyes from theirs, nor turn them up to pray. And now this spell was snapped. Once more I viewed the ocean green, and looked far forth, yet little saw of what had else been seen. Like one that on a lonesome road doth walk in fear and dread, and having once turned round walks on, and turns no more his head, because he knows a frightful fiend doth close behind him tread. But soon there breathed a wind on me, nor sound nor motion made. Its path was not upon the sea, in ripple or in shade. It raised my hair, it fanned my cheek, like a meadow gale of spring. It mingled strangely with my fears, yet it felt like a welcoming. Swiftly, swiftly flew the ship, yet she sailed softly too. Sweetly, sweetly blew the breeze, on me alone it blew. Oh, dream of joy, is this indeed the lighthouse top I see? Is this the hill? Is this the kirk? Is this mine own country? We drifted o'er the harbour bar, and I with sobs did pray, Oh, let me awake, my God, or let me sleep alway. The harbour bay was clear as glass, so smoothly it was strewn, and on the bay the moonlight lay, and the shadow of the moon. The rock shone bright, the kirk no less, that stands above the rock. The moonlight steeped in silentness the steady weathercock, and the bay was white with silent light, till rising from the same, full many shapes that shadows were in crimson colours came. The little distance from the prow those crimson shadows were. I turned my eyes upon the deck. O Christ, what saw I there? Each corse lay flat, lifeless and flat, and by the holy rood, a man all light, a seraph man, on every corse there stood. This seraph band each waved his hand, it was a heavenly sight. They stood as signals to the land, each one a lovely light. This seraph band each waved his hand, no voice did they impart, no voice, but oh, the silence sank like music on my heart. But soon I heard the dash of oars, I heard the pilot's cheer. My head was turned perforce away, and I saw a boat appear. The pilot and the pilot's boy, I heard them coming fast. Dear Lord in heaven, it was a joy the dead men could not blast. I saw a third, I heard his voice. It is the hermit good. He singeth loud his godly hymns that he makes in the wood. He'll shrive my soul, he'll wash away the albatross's blood. Part 7. This hermit good lives in that wood which slopes down to the sea. How loudly his sweet voice he rears! He loves to talk with mariners that come from a far country. He kneels at morn and noon and eve, he hath a cushion plump. It is the moss that wholly hides the rotted old oak stump. The skiff boat neared, I heard them talk. Why, this is strange, I trow. Where are those lights so many and fair that signal made but now? Strange, by my faith, the hermit said, and they answered not our cheer. The planks look warped, and see those sails, how thin they are and sere. I never saw aught like to them, unless perchance it were brown skeletons of leaves that lag my forest brook along. when the ivy-tod is heavy with snow, and the owlet whoops to the wolf below, that eats the she-wolf's young. "Dear Lord, it hath a fiendish look," the pilot made reply. "I am afeard." Push on, said the hermit cheerily. The boat came closer to the ship, but I nor spake nor stirred. The boat came close beneath the ship, and straight a sound was heard. Under the water it rumbled on, still louder and more dread. It reached the ship, it split the bay, the ship went down like lead. Stunned by that loud and dreadful sound, which sky and ocean smote, like one that hath been 7 days drowned, my body lay afloat. But swift as dreams myself I found within the pilot's boat. Upon the whirl where sank the ship, the boat spun round and round, and all was still, save that the hill was telling of the sound. I moved my lips, the pilot shrieked and fell down in a fit. The holy hermit raised his eyes, and prayed where he did sit. I took the oars, the pilot's boy, who now doth crazy go, laughed loud and long, and all the while his eyes went to and fro. "Ha, ha!" quoth he, "full plain I see, the devil knows how to row." And now, all in my own country, I stood on the firm land. The hermit stepped forth from the boat, and scarcely he could stand. "Oh, shrive me, holy man!" The hermit crossed his bow. "Say quick," quoth he, "I bid thee say, what manner of man art thou?" Forthwith this frame of mine was wrenched with a woeful agony, which forced me to begin my tale, and then it left me free. Since then, at an uncertain hour, that agony returns, and till my ghastly tale is told, this heart within me burns. I pass, like night, from land to land, I have strange power of speech. That moment that his face I see, I know the man that must hear me, to him my tale I teach. What loud uproar bursts from that door! The wedding guests are there, but in the garden bower the bride and bridesmaids singing are. And hark the little vesper bell, which biddeth me to prayer. O wedding guest, this soul hath been alone on a wide, wide sea. So lonely 'twas that God himself scarce seemed there to be. O sweeter than the marriage feast, 'tis sweeter far to me, to walk together to the kirk with a goodly company. To walk together to the kirk, and all together pray, while each to his great Father bends, old men and babes and loving friends, and youths and maidens gay. Farewell, farewell, but this I tell to thee, thou wedding guest. He prayeth well who loveth well, both man and bird and beast. He prayeth best who loveth best, all things both great and small. For the dear God who loveth us, he made and loveth all. The mariner whose eye is bright, whose beard with age is hoar, is gone, and now the wedding guest turned from the bridegroom's door. He went like one that hath been stunned, and is of sense forlorn. A sadder and a wiser man, he rose the morrow morn. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Bells by Edgar Allan Poe. From the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, read for LibriVox. Recording by John Rushton. Hear the sledges with the bells, silver bells. What a world of merriment their melody foretells. How they tinkle, tinkle, tinkle in the icy air of night, while the stars that oversprinkle all the heavens seem to twinkle with a crystalline delight. Keeping time, 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 in a sort of runic rhyme, to the tintinnabulation that so musically wells from the bells, 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 from the jingling and the tinkling of the bells. Hear the mellow wedding bells, golden bells. What a world of happiness their harmony foretells. Through the balmy air of night, how they ring out their delight. From the molten golden notes, and all in tune, what a liquid ditty floats to the turtle dove that listens while she gloats on the moon. Oh, from out the sounding cells, what a gush of euphonacy volumously swells! How it swells, how it dwells on the future, how it tells of the rapture that impels to the swinging and the ringing of the bells, 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 of the bells, 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 to the rhyming and the chiming of the bells. Hear the loud alarum bells, brazen bells! What a tale of terror now their turbulency tells! In the startling ear of night, how they scream out their affright! Too much horrified to speak, they can only shriek, shriek. Out of tune, in the clamorous appealing to the mercy of the fire, in a mad expostulation to the deaf and frantic fire, leaping higher, 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 with a desperate desire and a resolute endeavour, now to sit or never, by the side of the pale-faced moon. Oh, the bells, bells, bells! What a tale of terror tells, of despair, how they clang and clash and roar! What a horror they outpour on the bosom of the palpitating air! Yet the ear it fully knows, by the twanging and the clanging, how the danger ebbs and flows. Yet the ear distinctly tells, in the jangling and the wrangling, how the danger sinks and swells, by the sinking or the swelling in the anger of the bells, of the bells, of the bells, 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 in the clamour and the clangour of the bells. Hear the tolling of the bells, iron bells! What a world of solemn thought their melody compels! In the silence of the night, how we shiver with affright at the melancholy menace of their tone! For every sound that floats from the rust within their throats is a groan, and the people, the people, that they dwell up in the steeple all alone, and who tolling, 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 in that muffled monotone, feel a glory in so rolling on the human heart a stone. They are neither man nor woman, they are neither brute nor human, they are ghouls. And their king it is that tolls, and he rolls, 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 rolls a paean from the bells, and his merry bosom swells with the paean of the bells, and he dances and he yells, keeping time, 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 in a sort of runic rhyme to the paean of the bells, keeping time, 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 in a sort of runic rhyme to the throbbing of the bells, 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 to the sobbing of the bells, keeping time, 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 as he knells, knells, knells in a happy runic rhyme to the rolling of the bells, 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 to the tolling of the bells, 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 to the moaning and the groaning of the bells. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. End of the Junior Classics Volume 10, Part 2, Poems Old and New, compiled by William Patten.